That. Alright, here we go. Welcome, guys. Left a comment in my video about Season 4 wishlist, an idea for endgame content, basically of visions of enmity from the free, but an exalt item like an LE. Yeah, sounds interesting. I wonder if they're gonna do something like that. Anyway, we're gonna see one. Well. Hola. Hello, Middleman, Vile, Pot Ripper, Meek Daddy, Boiler, Mold Stuffer, Basset, Minch, Winslow, Dictate. Anyone else? YouTube, Rebel, and Katana Lord. So many people here already. Alright. Yo. Rail, Folk, Mass Shuttles, Maestros, Alok, and Cry, Wonkas. Nice to see everyone. Could be the hardest boss in the game, the hardcore renown for every region. Nice, I'm proud. We have a big day today, guys. Three hours from now. Can I ask Jonathan to bring Hell Tides into PoE too? Oh shit. A login dude. Speaking of Hell Tides, actually how's my situation here? I have actually more eggs than shards, and more shards than eggs. So, I guess we're gonna do these things, yeah. I'm not sure how much of it I will need, but can't hurt, I guess. I have to start farming some high tier dungeons for a little bit, try to get that around at some point. The bosses just don't drop those high level weapons. I think PvE 2 will be easier than 1. No. At least some older stuff that I've seen from what they said and stuff, it doesn't really sound like they want to make it like an easy experience. I mean, it will be easier in some sense, like, I guess the game will be more clean and, you know, clear, and, you know, the combat is more readable, and the stats are more intuitive, and these kind of things. But yeah, in terms of easiness, I think rather the game's gonna get harder. I don't want to open this thing because this guy is gonna do stuff. Thanks for 2 subs. Easier to comprehend, not easier to play. Yeah, exactly. I think that probably gets it right there. Hello, Almorema. When can I expect a reaction to Rex's reaction to my reaction video about D4? Yeah, I heard that Rex did something or something, but I have not actually like seen it or whatever. It's kinda interesting. I saw your suggestion, Cesarion, yes. But, I mean, in terms of content, I think it's hard to give D4 like some suggestions, really. Because I'm pretty sure they already have, like, you know, their seasons and whatever, like, kind of planned out anyway until the expansion. And even the expansion features and stuff. So... you're gonna react to this. Boida's reaction to my reaction to Rax's reaction to my reaction. Reacception. I mean, it's the meta. What can you do? Hey, Effie, by the way. Slowing down PoE, a lot of some people think PoE2 is ruthless mode. Nah, PoE2 is not ruthless. And I generally agree with a lot of their design choices, I think. I think the main issue that PoE2 might have is that it's still not new player friendly enough, you know, no matter what they do. I think this can be like the biggest problem. Because it will be hard, it will be big. You know what I mean? And yeah, it was just oh my god, is the stream crashing again? Great. Why does that happen so often lately? Chris would never allow instant trading. Chris is hardcore too, they're opening up now. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely visible that there's like a shift in philosophy because Jonathan is taking over and it's not Chris's game, right? So, I mean, they definitely share a lot of the same ideas, but also, you know, he has his own ideas and his own vision and stuff. Okay. I'll go to PvP, I suppose you could do those very quick as well over here. Which means World of Copper. Is Twitch like doing hiccups again, guys? What's going on? 4,600 dropped frames, what the hell? Wait, YouTube is fine though, right? Twitch is F. How's YouTube? Oh man, that sucks. I was gonna link the YouTube stream on Twitch, I guess, for now, and hope for the best. Not sure what's going on lately. I guess we can actually add that. No, we can't add that actually, right? As a command. Because the link is always different. Am I the only streamer who has issues on Twitch lately? Like I had it yesterday already, that it was just like cutting out and stuff. I mean, Twitch also had this weird hiccup the other day where everyone just had 0 viewers. So I don't know what the fuck is going on there. What are you listening to? Yeah, so it's not my internet or anything, it's just Twitch. I could try to change the Twitch server perhaps. But it seems like, okay, it's stable again now, so. Ströme mal auf dein Rohr. Play some synthwave in the background for full experience. Easy. Exclamation mark music. I think with more seasons, D4 will be able to compete with PoE 2. Well, I mean, the way I see it is PoE 2 is very far away. By the time it comes out, D4 is a very different game. So we can't really say much about it. But we do know D4 is out and PoE 2 is not. So could very well be that PoE 2 will also have a bunch of hiccups when it comes out and everything, so. You know, on a game of that scale, you know, so many things can go wrong so easily. Yeah, PoE 2 will come out probably in 2025. So yeah, I mean, like minimum 1 year away, I think, for PoE 2. I think someone just even said that the closed beta could last up to like 6 months. You know, it starts in June or something. It lasts, if just the beta lasts 6 months, then yeah, you know. Let's say it's not gonna be 6 months, even if it's like a 3-month beta. You know, it will be like until fall, and then there will be some downtime, and then will be maybe a second beta, you know, and then there will be downtime, and then will be the release. So look at the closed beta 44. That was literally like nearly a year before release. Can I ask Jonathan about that? I mean, he's not gonna give us a release date or something. I mean, obviously they have certain things under wraps for now that, you know, they're not gonna answer. And I'm not gonna ask him for a release date. That's just a waste of time. He's not gonna tell us. So I do have a lot of questions prepared, and I will also open up the questions for, you know, like questions from chat at some point, in case there's time left, which I guess will be. So I'm planning to have something like 20-30 minutes of questions from chat at the end. So you can also get your own questions ready in case you are, you know, still missing something from the interview. These are asked the same questions from last streams. I mean, I am referring to some of the topics that they were discussing. For example, Scissoran's stream where they discussed trade. I definitely want to dig a bit deeper in trade. But yeah, I'm obviously not going to ask the same questions. I mean, I can't guarantee I don't ask any question as a typical question, so I'll try to avoid that. But I mean, I spent like, I don't know, a good 10 hours or so preparing for this, I guess. Watching the other interviews, doing research off stream, and, you know, doing my questions and stuff. So I think it should be fine. Yes, about party self-found. If you're on party with your brother, so on the character be self-found, only items, no training. Yeah, I could ask about that, but I guess realistically, I don't think I'm gonna change the SSF system. I think it's gonna be just like before, where, you know, you make an SSF character and this is the SSF character and that's it. Going to ask more for group play synergy. I definitely want to talk about group play. I have some stuff about group play in my questions. Have I played PoE before? Yeah, I have like almost 4,000 hours. Because the Greeks carried me yesterday, now I should carry some of us. I mean, to be honest, I don't really have too much time left right now. Because I wanna start playing Last Epoch tomorrow. In advance of the launch already. I kind of feel like, you know, diving in already and getting ready for racing and stuff. And I still need Evernight gem on my barb and some gear. Can I ask Blizzard what's the new class going to be? I can, but they won't tell me. And also, we're not talking about, or we're not talking to Blizzard today, we're talking to PoE guys. Can I explain how the stats work in PoE? Well, they give you like some minuscule effects, but ultimately they're mostly there for attribute requirements. And certain builds have like effects where they stack a certain stat for extra effects or something. Like certain items give you like maybe extra effects. Will I start Last Epoch when release? Nope. As I had just said 1 minute ago, I will start tomorrow. Hello, Pattern. "10 years of PoE, 4k hours and 2k in Diablo, less than 8 months. I mean, first of all, I didn't play PoE for 10 years. I started my first league in 3.1 in Abyss League. And I mean, you also spend a lot of time not in the game in PoE, right? Like, there's a lot of time that are not counted in those 4 hours, like, you know, reading the wiki, POB, you know, all that kind of stuff. So if you add that up, it's probably like another, you know, 1-2k hours or something. But I mean, yeah, I had the main game and that was Diablo 3. And now in Diablo 4, of course, with like the game being so fresh and everything, I had a lot of stuff to do. I was blasting hard. You know, I made room for Diablo 4. Not like, you know, I didn't do it in the same way in PoE, and like I played every league for like, you know, a few hundred hours or whatever, and then, you know, it just accumulated hours over time. But in Diablo 4, I was just like, you know, here every single day, all day. Rock said nice words about me in yesterday's stream. Oh. What did he say? I mean, Rax and me got along really well. POB is the end game, exactly. Can you ask how much Elden Ring inspired them? Yeah, that's kind of interesting because both D4 and PoE 2 seem somewhat Elden Ring inspired with like the dodge roll and how they originally designed the combat. But I can ask that maybe. Last Epoch is tomorrow. Well, I'll play it starting tomorrow, yes. I'll still do some D4 because I need to gear up and stuff, but I wanna get going with Last Epoch as well. What was my job before streaming? Not much really. I was studying. I did have a small job, but for only like half a year or so before I decided to like go full time. He did react Andy to my season 4 wishes and compliment my opinions. Okay. Yeah, true. I think they talked about poise actually with the bosses and being CC'd and stuff, right? So I'm pretty sure they took some notes on Elden Ring there, or like Souls games in general. which is cool.
Don't ruin all that work.
Do we do more? I think we just go on rogue here. Soul stream when I mean when Elden Ring comes out, like the DLC, I'm probably gonna play that. I'd be so up for another Elden Ring playthrough. It was really fun. I'm going hardcore now, Lasipo again. Lasipo is actually a decent game for hardcore. Comfy Elden Ring streams were amazing. Yeah, I mean, now we have the advantage that also we have YouTube streams, so we're gonna save all the streams permanently, which is cool. Too bad the Elden Ring streams are gone. I guess it would be amazing to kind of keep around a little bit. Shit. Let me just change myself a little bit. No, see a meow. Okay, let's see if I guess PoE Ninja and Awakened PoE trade equivalents. That'll be interesting actually. Kind of doubt we're gonna see something like that. Like both of them. I'm not sure if they're gonna have like online profiles and API for that. But maybe not on launch. Not sure exactly what they're planning to do there. I get Necro 200. No, Necro is like 70 now. I'll continue it, but it's not a high priority right now. I want to make sure that my other classes are in a good spot, and then I can do like the Necro experiments, you know, later down the line and stuff. You know, as soon as my Barb and Rogue are ready for Gauntlet, I will not touch them anymore for the rest of the season, besides Gauntlet. So, I have plenty of opportunity to play some Necro and other stuff. Means full playthrough from 0 for DLC. Yeah, that's a plan, Saki. You play semi as if in Train League. Yeah, I kind of like that as well. I've been doing that lately, in like the last leagues mostly as well. I used to trade a lot more in the past, but I've kind of, you know, come to the realization it's just a lot more fun to just like grind the stuff on your own, craft the stuff on your own, as long as you don't really get stuck, and then you can use trade as like a bit of a shortcut, or, you know, just like replace a certain thing you don't want to grind or something. And that's super fun, actually, to play PoE that way, I think. And just like not bother too much with the value of everything. But you still have the option to trade, you know, and it still feels good to find something that is valuable, for example, that you don't need. They did say they opened the boosted drop rates in SSF? Really? Because I was actually going to ask some stuff about SSF. And I haven't really heard anything like that. I'm not sure if it's such a good idea, but I mean, what Last Epoch made with this faction system seems like pretty genius. So I wonder if they would actually consider something like that. Go to endgame and the maps they thought were boring. Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that in Last Epoch there's you know, some lack of like content. I mean, yeah, okay, you can push corruption a little bit and stuff, but ultimately it's not really, you know, so fleshed out, right? And you can see it. But it's good enough for launch, I think. And I think they've also said that like the first leagues, or like the first what is called cycles in Last Epoch are gonna be very like, you know, endgame focused and like permanent feature focused. So it should like expand pretty rapidly from that point. Not a Gazooie. Oh, interesting. I was in concealment after firing my pen shot. What? Look. They don't actually attack me. That was crazy. Wow. That's an insane tech, actually. But I'm not unstoppable. I'm just invisible. Interesting. For traders, it is an option. It's becoming more mandatory to use it to be efficient rather than focus on actual game. Yeah, I mean, that depends, you know, like how target farmable they make stuff, right? And how they allow you to specialize into certain farming strategies. I mean, right now, PoE 1, you know, you have like insane specialization, right? You know, people farm heist only. People farm simulacrums only. People boss only, you know, all kind of stuff. And I guess it will evolve in a similar manner, but maybe, you know, there will always be something that also that kind of gives you like some variety in the gameplay and something that kind of like forces you to do a variety of stuff and not just, you know, buy everything from everyone besides the one thing you're doing. But yeah, I mean, ultimately it's also what made PoE 1 great, right? Because it did have these options. And it did allow you to, like, you know, just farm a certain thing that you liked and that's it. Now Sibyl can cook in the background. Yeah, I imagine they're gonna work on a similar schedule as like D4 and PoE, right? So 3-month schedule. So I'm gonna try to like fit in there somewhere. So I wonder really like what Last Epoch is gonna do with like their kind of like limited size and you know, like limited capacities. If they have the same schedule. But we'll see. I guess they might have some kind of like, you know, bigger season and smaller season cycle or something. PoE2 doesn't need to be as new player friendly as D4. I guess it doesn't have to be. As long as they keep like most of their old audience around, they'll be fine. But I guess the idea is definitely that it's not just gonna be old players, right? They definitely want to capture like a new audience. And it's like the big advantage they have now by making a new game is that they can make it so. So it would be stupid not to try to capitalize on that. LE could blow up and get much more resources. I mean, LE is already not even that small anymore, right? They have financial backing, they have 1 million copies sold already. You know, it's actually not bad, you know, when you think about it. And yeah, I mean, with launch, I guess there's, you know, gonna be a lot of streamers, you know, bringing a lot of people to the game. And that 1 million might become 2 million, you know, in the next month or whatever. Yeah, 2 million sold copies is pretty good already. That's a lot of money. Copyright music. I hope they don't follow Volson. How's my day going? Pretty busy. So we start very late today. And I didn't record anything for YouTube, so F. But otherwise pretty good.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Okay, I was looking 8 out of 10. I got 6. How can we get 6? 1, 2, 3. And this. Because it's such a huge soft release, it's not like some amazing new thing. Yeah, but you can definitely see like Last Epoch is, you know, it's picking up some momentum right now, I think. You know, launch is coming. And people are getting hyped, and you know, streamers are trying the game, and you know, they show Last Epoch to people that have never heard of it and all that, right? Oh, gross, Black Razor. What a wish list, minimap overlay with tab, more gold pickup radius, auction house inside the game. Yeah, gold pickup radius would definitely be nice. Or just pickup radius in general, you know, like... It could definitely be a bit larger, or at least give you like a way to expand it, you know, this could literally be like one of the seasonal blessings, or I don't know what, you know, something along those lines that you can unlock maybe. I think it's fine that like pickup radius is like small when it's like early game, but they should kind of like expand just to like, you know, make it feel more like a blast. Welcome back, Mio. Okay, we got this done. Is the stream dying again? What's happening? Why is there an F in chat?
It is done.
Just pray the multiplayer goes smoothly. Copium. I'm actually not too interested in multiplayer in last epoch, but I've tried a bit with Nini and Fluffin. We played like some Freeman. I love it when you guys collab content. I wouldn't call it exactly collab when Rex reacts to my video, but apparently he said some good things, so I'm happy. Does Twitch just keep dying or what, man? Holy. Yeah, it's not me, by the way, but I have 6.4% drop frames on Twitch today. Holy shit. But nothing is a problem on YouTube right now. Oh, hello. My Elector is level 70. Games die at some point. You can't play for 20 years the same game. Yeah, I think Chess would like to have a word with you. And that game didn't even get any updates for the last 2000 years either. Treacherous pork. Only graphical updates. Checkers, yes. I mean, I do agree though, like, it was also a cynical comment that I made, but I don't think games necessarily have to change a lot, or at all, to still, like, remain relevant. But I guess video games is a bit different. Like, you know, video games is like such an, you know, very saturated market, right? And constantly evolving, constant innovations, like technological advancements as well, and that kind of plays a role as well. Like, we do play video games, partly because of, you know, the possibilities that the technology offers, which is obviously not relevant for chess.
It is done. Always back for.
And competing for revenue or replayability and refreshing content. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's obvious, right? Like, PoE is at least PoE 1. It's like a, you know, much more niche game than, like, you know, the Diablo titles. But it's like evolving a lot bigger and like a lot faster, and, you know, they have a lot of like innovations and, you know, lots of crazy stuff in there. It's just a different focus, I guess. Yeah, potatoes.
It is done.
A fine deal. May the light keep you.
Do we do... Maybe we're gonna do some bolts. Search to level some glyphs, actually. Hi, Nini. How are you doing today? %. Wow, look at that. Meow actually gaming. If he was more casual friendly, it wouldn't double the player base. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it's easy to like also alienate your existing player base, right? I mean, PoE has evolved the way it has, and I mean, they got away with it really well, right? Considering they had such a hardcore approach to the game and the development and everything. You know, PoE was always about, you know, the high-end stuff, the crazy stuff, the, you know, the racing, you know, the weight of the items and all that, right? And yeah, of course, you know, they're not as big as like Blizzard, but I mean, they just started out with 3 guys in a garage and they were in Blizzard, you know? So I think if you look at it from that perspective, they've done a phenomenal job at actually creating, you know, a pretty massive company at this point, and a game, and a name. Like everyone who, you know, is like invested in ARPGs knows GG and knows PoE and knows Chris Wilson, you know. You guys cat jamming? That's from my album, by the way. It's make music. Why does every major company start out as 3 guys in a garage? Well, because that's how it works. Like, I mean, how else should it start? Based ARPG, let's go. What kind of plans do you have? Is cats on crit not enough? Actually, yes, I think I want to equip a Doomy for these high tiers. I think I'm gonna do that. And we have most of the glyphs at 21 now. Not even all of them. Five minutes.
You can still use these.
Life. Okay. Not sure if I really want to give up Rapids. But okay, we'll see how it feels. Look at all the rock metal bands from 60s and 80s that also started in a garage. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just like a really obvious way to do it, right? It's like, okay, I need some space, you know. People have a garage, and you know, make some space there. Keep the car outside, and there you go. And it's like very low cost, low effort. So that's why, I guess. I hurry a bit here. Potion is running out. I think I might actually lose it towards the end. Damage still feels nice though, Zerumi. I have nearly 30k life. So that's pretty sick. Wrong unique here. I'm looking for a Sky Hunter mainly. I'm not gonna 925 Sky Hunter. I have 917, which is not terrible. But the rolls are also not incredible on this thing. Man, it's gonna be tough to actually get one of those. World boss time in 30 seconds. And there's no waypoint. Why am I not playing rapid fire? Well, in Worlds there's no boss, so it's not really that required. It would be nice if we go like all the way to tier 100s. But I just like to have the extra speed right now. Lineating all the III emotes. So a guy in a world boss named Not Real wudijo. Funny. Am I alone? Oh shit. And he can't TP out, right? I wanna get my one-shot stuff, but I guess not, so... I mean... It's not too bad, I guess. World boss, by the way. What are these emotes, Nini? we have Tybalts? Oh, we don't have Tybalts actually. Still not playing last epoch. Yeah, we're gonna start last epoch tomorrow, guys. For now, I started stream very late today, so I'm gonna just stick to some D4 before the interview. And tomorrow we're gonna do like D4, then the LE. So that's gonna be the plan moving forward until launch, just like D4, LE, D4, LE, etc. And then when LE launches, we're gonna do a full LE for a while. Also talked to Tarek after our podcast the other day. So maybe we're gonna have a bit of collab with Tarek. Some racing strats and stuff. That'll be nice, because I want to try to like race on hardcore and see how that will go. Oh, a few minute kill, man, almost. Yikes. Could have been 3 seconds, but okay. Bow! Ah, shit. I mean, it doesn't mean top 925 anymore all the time. Going legacy or starting fresh on LE? Yeah, of course, everyone's gonna start fresh, what do you mean? So what time is it now? 2 hours, guys, until the start of the interview.
Have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful.
The forge is always hot.
500k gold actually for the weapon. Seems like especially the unique weapons are actually very valuable in gold. Do we have new whispers? Not yet. When are they coming? What's that, Nini? Did it take questions from community? I mean, I asked some people to, like, you know, give me questions, and I asked chat a bit here and there, and, you know, the rest is just, like, stuff that I came up with and gathered, basically from stuff that I thought was missing, maybe, from, like, the other interviews and stuff. Like, I listened to, like, the Sis interview, the Gazi DM interview, the Crip interview. I read up on some things on the wiki. You know, a bunch of stuff like that, basically, and yeah, I think we can maybe find some new perspective and some new interesting insights. Depending on how much he wants to answer. So I guess there's also some things that he might just not answer now in the interview, so we'll see. Ah, yeah. New redeem. Yo, sub 6565, thank you. What's up? Anti-maniac. Team-maniac, thank you. You're 100% certain PoE2 was announced after D4? No, I don't think so. I thought that PoE2 was announced at the first ExileCon, right? And it was before the D4 announcement. We had the Immortal thing, and then 1 year later we had Diablo 4 announcement. And in between, I think there was ExileCon where they announced PoE2, as far as I'm aware. Lisa Kumpel, thanks for Thomas. Yo, thanks, Effie. BlizzCon was November 1 and 2. Yeah, but when was ExileCon, the first one? That was not in November, was it? See you later, Effie. I'm still running the Doombringer, we don't need that here right now. ExileCon was also in November? So they were actually announced at pretty much the same time then. Hello, Phil. Made a rogue. That's a good choice. I made one too. And I found my choice so great I made 3 of them. And that's just this season. And no outside force forced me to do it. I asked, but by the way. Did 2 of them die, clueless? Now we just made a 3rd rogue for fun, you know? Yo, LE login, Zepke. Yeah, I said it earlier, I'm gonna start tomorrow with LE as well. Also gonna start releasing videos. I actually wanted to work on some stuff today, but I didn't really have time now, so I just like launch the stream. But I'm planning to start releasing content on YouTube. I have a bunch of plans there. With respect, I want to play Gauntlet with Barb. I'm gonna stick to double swing, I think. Like, unless you have to kill many bosses and they're like tankier than, let's say, 50 million life, which I doubt. I think double swing is gonna be superb. Oh, thanks for watching, guys.
I am in your debt, stranger.
I'm gonna after 100. I think you should get new whispers now, right? Has there released any info about itemization 2.0 yet? I have seen a preview of this, yes, and a lot of other content creators have seen it. So, yeah, the content creators know about it, at least, you know, some of them. But this was only like an early preview, so we don't know the details of exactly how everything's gonna be. But it seems pretty cool. So if they actually make it, you know, what they described, and it's gonna turn out well, I think it'll be pretty amazing for the game. But yeah, they haven't like actually given like a full preview publicly or something, so we don't know exactly. Yeah, I liked it a lot, what I saw. The Dust Devil aspect on Bar, those being charged worth it? Is the whole Pagamot dedicated with the Twister glyph? Yeah, personally I don't like the Twisters that much. I didn't put them in my builds, at least. You can play them, they're not like terrible, but I don't like it. And especially with the charge being as OP as it is right now, giving you like all the AoE you need, I feel like the Twisters are somewhat redundant. I mean, when charge gets nerfed again, sure, but before that, not really. Damalius? Rage no charge nerf. For sure. I mean, it won't nerf in mid-season, I think. But yeah, it won't survive this season, I'm pretty sure. Kyle. The season of charge. Exactly. Last season was like season of Hoda, now it's season of charge. And Hoda is still there too. Percy, at the Alchemist you can transmute the organs to other pieces. You can change the heart into anything, or you can transform the other three into each other, but not into hearts. What's better? Charge Holobarb or Bone Spirit Necro for bossing? I'm not sure if like Bone Spirit can easily walk up to Duriel, 4-man and one-shot them. Maybe? I guess Bone Spirit should be strong enough to do that. But I have not seen it. I mean, Hoda is like very easily strong enough to just one-shot 4-man Duriels and stuff. Boots? Boots. Two uniques though for one old run. You actually get a lot of uniques in these vaults, man. That's crazy. I wonder how it's gonna be after Tuesday, guys, when they introduce the higher unique, the uber unique drop rates. I have no idea how much they're gonna buff it. It's being buffed, yeah, on Tuesday. They're gonna buff uber unique drop rates to potentially a realistic chance. And you can also convert 5 to 1 at the Alchemist. Alchemist? Blacksmith? I don't know. But yeah.
Another time then.
Yeah, the buff is outside of the realm.
It is done.
Holy hell, Pulsar is so damn fun. Yeah, I agree. I really like both. I played last season, was cool. Want to get 45 Ubers? Yeah, you can salvage Ubers, not today, but on Tuesday when the patch comes. You can salvage Ubers in a 5-to-1 into a new Uber of your choice, basically. Someone is firing braziers here. Actually, a lot of people, yeah. Maybe I can stick around and get a few cores. How many do I have? I can actually summon... Oh, wait. I need 3 of these, right? Wait a minute, these elemental cores are the same as the igneous cores. The icon, as I realized.
Hello.
Oh, why not? Let's summon a few. He had 20 overseas before he got a crest. Damn. Let's summon them. Tier 100 vault should have the same drop rate for Uber as Duriel. Nah, that would be ridiculously overpowered. Like 2% drop rate per dungeon would be ridiculous. Because there's no cost to the dungeon, right? Compared to Duriel, where you have to grind the mats and stuff. But I think something like 0.5% drop rate for a tier 100 dungeon. Like 1 in 200 dungeons gives you 1 Uber unique. I think something like that would be pretty acceptable, to be honest. So I think a group Duriels should still be like a bit better in that case. But like solo, at least you can just grind dungeons. Thank you Dory for 9 months. Appreciate that. 5 or 6 statics as a rogue, oh boy. Yo, Smile, you're struggling with double swing. What's the most important aspect? I mean, the biggest upgrade is Ancestral Charge. That's the charge aspect. But it's not really required for the build to work. I mean, most of the stuff is in the Codex, to be honest. I guess the biggest item upgrade is the Ramaladni from Grimoire. Try to get that one as soon as you're in Torment difficulty. Just farm Grimoire a little bit. It's not very hard. Or worst case, just do it with some other people's. Like, you know, if people farm Durian mats. Ramaladni is a really big upgrade. Let's do another one. Hope one of them summons something. Uber uniques on Durian will not increase, only outside of Durian. If they summon something, I've summoned like 2 or 3 now. Can I explain Iceblade aspect on Sorcerer? I can. Ignore the first sentence. See you, Iceblade.
It is done.
Hello, Viferes. Is that correct? Thank you.
How can I help?
Do we do a few more vaults? I think so. for the extra damage against vulnerable pure dubs. You can also have another generic damage aspect if you want. Hallo gesehen? Thanks for the females. It's a French. Chambon Binou. Appreciate it. But the advanced with fire fix the Tuesday actually hurt to help. No, they're not hurt. They fix it so it works now. So you just get free 30% extra damage. As long as you include an evade. So the Kamehameha Rogue is just like 30% stronger now basically. Yeah, Rapid Fire getting the fix now is actually huge. It's already so powerful, man. Boss one shot becomes a boss half shot bit. Yeah, I mean at some point, you know, like 3 arrows from Rapid Fire can probably already kill Druid or something. Or maybe 2, maybe even 1. I mean, maybe has done a 1 billion pen shot. And, well, Rapid Fire should do something like roughly double the damage of pen shot or so. All arrows combined. So yeah, like 1 Rapid Fire combo could do like 2 billion, which means like each arrow at that point would be around a Druid, yeah. What Rapid Fire fix? Currently Advanced Rapid Fire is bugged. And we can't use it, so you're missing out on 30% extra crit damage. Oh, basically 30% damage. And that is getting fixed on Tuesday. I don't think about picking up helmets anymore. It's gonna run Shaco and stuff anyway. I can probably clean up a lot of my stash. Since I'm gonna go for Shaco anyway. On Tuesday. I don't really need normal helmets anymore. And same with pants, I guess. But we'll see more rogues now. I'm not sure if like people are gonna like swap classes or something at this point, but maybe. Rogue has definitely turned out really nice this season with the ranged rogue changes at least. Every class is an Uber. The real one-shot mechanic now feels pretty balanced. How do the Sorcs do it though? And the Druids? I mean, Druids can definitely kill Druid pretty fast with, I guess, Lightning Storm or Pulve. I guess Sorcs can just also just ball lightning it up or something. Wonder how good the Meteor is.
The forge is ready for whatever you need.
Yeah, I guess he can't really one-shot on Sorc. But if he can kill Duriel in like, 5 seconds or something in 4 man, that's also pretty good. But even that will be, it's kind of hard. I mean, Sorc are like generally the worst on bosses, I guess. Out of all the classes, they don't really have like these crazy mechanics that other classes have with all power or these kind of things. The Sorc can kill in under 5 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I guess he could do some shenanigans like Goldslayer Crown and stuff. Last Grenadier with one-shot Fireball. Wait, what? Fireball? Let's see, maybe there is Skyhunter versus Crossbow Marth stream. No, I did not see that. But the Marth is fairly simple. Oh, hello. Do we want to do him? Not really in the mood to fight Malphas right now, but sure. Maybe we can kite him through the map a little bit. Kind of sad how boring Malphas encounter is compared to Butcher. I guess it makes sense, because this guy might not stick around. If he sticks around though, I hope they're gonna juice him up a little bit. He's totally overtuned for his loot. I do agree he's a bit overtuned, he's just too tanky. He could definitely be like half his life or something, that would be fine. Like, it's fine that he's dangerous, but it's just too tanky, I feel. This guy is harder to kill than Malphas himself. Nah, I should probably just leave it, fuck it. I'm not in the mood, man. It's like an entire vault run I'm spinning here. No respect now to rapid fire either. You killed my father. Dude, how am I staggering this guy so much? He's like super staggered. I don't even have puncture. I guess pen shot has slow and knockdown. Ah, he's back. What? Where did the explosion come from? This guy is still following me, man. Not bad. Yeah, this jump just follows you anywhere, it seems. Kinda wild. I think as soon as I go into his room, if I could fight him in his room now, I'll actually do it, I guess. But I think he just disappears as soon as he enter the final room. Where is he? I wanna see actually if I leave him here before the door. Here we go. Is he gonna disappear now? Yeah. Oh, he's unstoppable and goodbye. Okay. Where's the guy already? Oh, he's there. Didn't see him spawn. Thanks. Hey, Zorus. Why do you say thank you? Thank you for the 9 months. How do I freeze them with Icy Alchemist aspect? Why is it level 137? Because this is the tier of the dungeon. It's like an 83 or something. Dungeons are plus 54 levels. Or the monsters are plus 54 levels in the dungeon. Why is there no tooltip? Guess I'm gonna bump a little bit. Doesn't puncture, I have more attack speed. No, they're pretty much the same with a bow. So I like to use Heartseeker. And you don't really care about the coordination procs because you need to get the position stacks anyway. The quickly allocate glyph XP is right click. What What is known about atomization rework? Publicly, not really anything. I know a few things, but I can't tell you. Baskinator made a fireball build with Banished Lords. And there's a one-shot on Lilith in P1. Yeah, okay, but I mean, one-shot Lilith solo is like very, very far away from like 4-man Duriel one-shots, so... Like, Duriel has like 8 times the HP of Lilith in solo. So that's not exactly a huge challenge to one-shot Lilith. She has like 25 million or something. Duriel has 180 in 4-man. It's very easy to one-shot Lilith. What is sending chaos? Yeah, good job, Black Razor, man. Enjoy. Is Twitch having hiccups again? Man, what's going on today? Twitch is really bad lately. Asking us playing D4, Monka W. Yeah, he has been blasting a lot actually. I think he's been doing a lot of Sorc in particular. Should I try to restart my stream on Twitch, maybe? I don't know. Maybe I can change to a better server. Maybe it's like just a Twitch server that I'm on that is like super scuffed. Or something. I could try that. It's just Twitch in general. If I open my own stream, it seems to kind of work. Oh, it's lagging though, right? Okay. What the fuck? Disable low latency. Maybe that will help. Need to find what it is actually in the settings. Okay, I can try the normal latency. I'm not sure if I have to restart a stream for that though. I guess I do. I can try. Okay. We're back, guys. It's working. Doesn't seem so. F. Oh wait, we're not in the final room. I thought I'm in the final room. What the hell? One thing I wish I would notice the Vizier constructs. Yeah, I think they're like overtuned. I also noticed they're doing a lot of damage sometimes. And I hear from many people that they randomly get one shot by them and stuff. I guess it's like didn't tune him right or something. But I doubt they're gonna change that now. Maybe if Vaults go core, I could imagine them would do some tweaks there, but otherwise not really. Yeah, I'm quite excited for the interview as well. We're starting in like an hour, guys, by the way. Let's hope that the stream is fine later. Exile's F. I mean, it's gonna go on YouTube anyway, but it would obviously be nice to have some live audience here and maybe live questions as well. I want to have some time later for chat questions as well. So I actually, you know, not gonna go just with my own all the way. It's worth trying to go preparation instead of combos, swapping coordination for another. With Shadow Clone for faster imbue cooldown reset. That's not worth it, Corgan. If you're talking about Poison Imbue, you can do it with Bursting Venoms. If you're talking about Shadow Imbue, you can do it with Concealment. And well, Ice Imbue is not relevant enough to do that, so... Yo, bro, thanks for the subs. Let's just do another round or two. Possible to get an amulet for Barb with all brawling skills and all defensive skills. I think you can get multiple skill categories on an amulet. Pretty sure you can, but you can only have one passive. But I mean, defensive skills is usually not something you want on an amulet. Okay, I disabled the low latency mode now for Twitch and hope that stability is better. I'm not sure if that is really the reason, but I can see if it helps. I'm not sure like how much delay I have now. So I need you to answer me. When do you see this glass? I need to know how long is the latency. It's the same as in YouTube. I guess that will be good. Interview is in 1 hour. Just throw the glass. Kappa. Why Kappa? Corgan, I mean, the reality is for rogues right now, common points is just the way to go for pretty much anything. It's just like really powerful synergies. Condemnation and just like the extra, you know, power you get from common points themselves. Ooh. Charge right into like all the hits. How much life does he actually have, I wonder? $8 million non-crit overpower. Unique Soulbrand is bugged, only giving you hard 80 barrier. Well, it should give you, like if a fully upgraded potion, it should give you like 2000 barrier or so, no? Did you upgrade a potion? Game also seems a bit choppy right now, to be honest. What's going on? It's just the charge being weird. Nah, it's not just... Something's going on there. How's Twitch so bad? I don't know, man. But then you ask yourself, how is YouTube so bad? Like, we actually checked my streams from season start. And holy shit, is YouTube bad as well. So, it turns out every stream that is longer than 12 hours just gets cut off at 11 hours 55 minutes. If you look at my VODs on YouTube, they just 11 hour 55 every single time from the season start week. And not only that, I had like my, you know, my season start race and stuff, like the 28-hour stream. And that watch is the strap just doesn't even work. You can't even watch it. It just says it's processing and it just never finishes processing. It's just gone. Let's see this. Why Diablo 4 players hate last epoch. That doesn't sound like clickbait at all. No, I have not watched it. And right now, I'm not really planning to with that title. Because I'm kind of planning to do the exact opposite of that. One weird trick. Breaking YouTube and Twitch at the same time, yes. It's a good video. Really? Honestly, it may be as good as it wants to be, but just with that title, I already don't want to watch it. It's a joke video. McFluffin enjoyed it. Okay, if McFluffin enjoys
Diablo
it,
4
it's an 8-minute video. Okay, I can't promise I will watch everything.
superfans, be warned. On February 21st, Last Epoch will officially launch, and you are going to hate it. This video is for us Diablo 4 enthusiasts who believe Diablo 4 is the perfect ARPG in every way, with absolutely no issues. If you are not one of these people and actually like Last Epoch, I suggest you stop watching this video right now, as it may trigger you. Okay, now that those people are gone and it's just us Diablo purists, we can finally get into why we're going to hate Last Epoch. My first of many reasons you're going to hate Last Epoch is its price. It's only $35 for the full game. What a stupid number, am I right? I know I'm not going to enjoy myself unless the game is at least $70. And there is no $100 early access version? Like, come on guys, are you even trying here? And get this, they're going to keep updating the game and won't charge for DLC and expansions. This is awful and such a bad idea. Diablo 4 is going to have an expansion every year. And I know after this year's experience playing this absolute gem of a game, I can't wait to dish out another $70 for the expansion. The next thing I absolutely despise about Last Epoch is its skill trees. Yes, I said skill trees, meaning more than one. They have a passive skill tree, then a whole complete skill tree for every single skill in the game. Again, what an absolutely stupid idea and a waste of time. Let me show you an example side by side using Fireball. On the left, we have the Giga Chad Diablo 4's Fireball and its skill tree section. So freaking clean. And let's look at our options here. We can either do more damage with Fireball, or over here, we can do more crit damage with Fireball. Thank you, Blizzard, for giving us what we want. Meaningful, game-changing choices in a skill tree. Now let's look over here at this abomination of a skill tree for Last Epoch's Fireball. The options we have to augment Fireball here are turning it into an ability where we can shoot multiple fireballs in a cone, or turn it into a plasma ball that does more damage, or adds an explosion, or homing feature, or turning it into a flamethrower. And we can even combine these together and have a plasma flamethrower that explodes? I gotta stop, I'm getting too overwhelmed from all these options. I think you can all see what a major waste of time all these options are. They could have used that time to create something we actually want in an ARPG. Like having a system that locks skill points behind finding over 150 random statues, or having a world boss, but make sure it's on a 3-hour timer so we can all make sure we're there to kill it. Or dungeons, where you need to pick up an idol, but you need 3 of them to open the door, but can't hold more than 1, so you gotta backtrack. Ah yes, the good old days. Speaking of being overwhelmed, let's talk stash tabs. Again, Diablo 4 has the perfect amount of them. 5. Maybe 6. Okay, I really don't know. Whoever uses that many tabs. Right, guys? This is where I almost threw up in my mouth when I heard in Last Epoch you can have over 100 stash tabs. What even is that? Do you think we're stupid and don't know how to manage our stash? Well, I think you're stupid, Last Epoch, for not even making these purchasable with real money. You just buy them with in-game gold? Come on, you gotta have at least some pay for convenience or pay for power, but you said you won't. How stupid can you be? Okay, before I keep going down this path, let's get back to stash tabs. In Diablo 4, we have 5 classes.
How stupid.
All we need is 5 tabs, one for each class. And Blizzard believes and trusts us to make meaningful choices on what items we can keep. Sometimes I spend hours just going through all the items, deciding what I need to remove. Some of the most meaningful moments I've ever had in Diablo were just me staring at my items in my stash, or even inventory, deciding if I should keep a weapon with more damage to healthy enemies, or another weapon with more damage to slowed enemies. You know what? This brings me to my next point, on why us Diablo 4 superfans will absolutely hate Last Epoch. And that's because they have a loot filter. What? Why would you want to pick up less loot? And why would I want to only see items I need? Do they think we're not smart enough to make loot decisions on our own? No, that can't be it. Us Diablo 4 purists are the smartest out of any ARPG player out there. We don't need to be able to filter out white and blue items. We don't need to be able to color grade gear that drops based on having stats like plus minion damage. They don't even know how much fun we have spending countless minutes sorting through a whole inventory of items, carefully looking at all the stats to see what may be an upgrade after every dungeon run. Oh my god, I'm getting antsy. All this talk about a full inventory of yellow items is really make me want to stop making this video right now and get back to my perfect Diablo 4. But before I do, I have 2 more reasons why you're going to hate Last Epoch. One of which is the crafting system. In our exquisite game, Diablo 4, we can choose one stat to re-roll where it gives you a random new stat. Last Epoch has so many crafting options, I'm only going to tell you a few of my favorites. I mean least favorites. The first is being able to put the exact stat you want onto a piece of gear. You want fire damage? You can add fire damage. You can transform an item into a unique or set item. Yes, there are sets in the game. How ridiculous. This last part about crafting, I'm sure you will all hate. And that's the ability to craft a powerful weapon on your high level character and give it to your low level character to make them completely overpowered and able to breeze through the early game, destroying everything in sight. How silly. Don't they know killing hordes of enemies super fast is not fun at all? Give me my 4 damage Diablo 4 Druid any day, because we are real gamers. Now for my final, and possibly most despised reason us Diablo 4 devotees will hate Last Epoch and its endgame. They have 3 endgame activities. The first being dungeons, where you'll be able to target farm rewards and have varying levels of difficulty. Then they have the Monolith of Fate, which has so much depth to it, but I'm gonna keep things short because I really gotta get to my inventory full of yellows. It consists of a huge branching mapping system with endgame rewards, modifiers, and bosses, with the challenge and rewards increasing with its difficulty the further you go. There's a whole lot more to monoliths, but who wants to go over the endgame systems to that extent? I do, and I'll probably make another video about this soon. Then finally, we have the arena. There are 2 modes. One is the Arena of Champions, with a set number of waves followed by a boss. Each wave, you can increase the difficulty with a modifier which increases your reward at the end. Then there is the Endless Arena, and here's where I feel the developers of Last Epoch are either aliens or working for the Illuminati, because this Endless Arena has a ladder system, a fully functional active ladder system. Guys, Last Epoch is a small company, so considering it is taking Blizzard months to launch a ladder system, and this game will have it on launch, I am sure there is either some supernatural or future technology at play here, and we should just not trust it. Okay, so for those of you still here and are sure you will hate Last Epoch, stop watching now. You have a full inventory of yellows to sift through. Go get to it. Okay, so those of you who are still here, I assume you actually are playing or will play Last Epoch on February 21st. If so, then subscribe to my channel, because I am too, and I do plan on making more videos on this game. Have a good one. Bye.
That was a pretty good video after all. I didn't believe much in it after seeing this title, but it was good. I appreciate the effort. I mean, some of the points are relatively weak, if you actually know Last Epoch, I think. But it was hilariously put together, I think. 10 days. So who's that actually? Who made that? Rusty LaRue. Never heard of him. I guess he's some Eddie guy. It's not a link yet? In chat? He plays Honkai Star Rail, okay. Ah, our friend again. One needs a full inventory of Yadas, guys. Fifty minutes under the interview, yes. Starting soon, guys. Hope that Twitch doesn't have any hiccups again. That was a lot of clicking. Good, I win the photo. So that once every 5 hours you can avoid a 1 minute fight. Yes. Incredible. But hope you're enjoying it. That's the important part. Yo, Glimmer Pub. Thanks for 80 mouse, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited to play Last Epoch and just see the launch and see how it goes and stuff. I mean, in this video that we just watched, I mean, he was talking about like arena system and the ladder and stuff. I mean, to be honest, I think this is a kind of weak system. The arena is relatively boring, I think. And the ladder relatively meaningless. And yeah, while the dungeons do exist, I don't think you actually do them very much. So the only real endgame system is actually like the monoliths. But they're okay. Do we do more stuff here? Thank you, Ali. Perhaps there's someone else. That's so cool. At the cost of a friend. Wait, did you do 2-man and one guy ripped in a hardcore playthrough? Or what? Oofball. Worth. That's great. Before has no competition under the PoE too. What is every console player gonna get a PC for last epoch? Yeah, I mean, I think for RPG genre it's fine to launch PC only. While console player base is pretty large on D4, I guess it's not really large in RPGs in general. Like I would assume, for example, in PoE there's like nearly no console player base compared to the PC player base. I don't know how big it is really, but I wouldn't really imagine that much. And even D3, which is like a relatively casual game as well, is already relatively large on console, but like not nearly as much as PC, I think. Which is how it is, and you know, RPGs just... I think in D4 is like around even or something, if I'm not mistaken. There's actually a lot of console players in D4. Yeah, $35, man. Nuts. How can you make an RPG that cheap? Are they dumb?
Bad luck. It's a fair bit of magic in that one.
Need something forged?
Our prices have never been lower. And then what the Diablo? And it's technically true, I guess, in terms of like, you know, inflation adjusted cost. Like even Diablo 4 is actually relatively cheap, I think. At least cheaper than D3. Not sure about D2. How much did that cost in the original launch? Yeah, I mean, the good thing is, I mean, maybe any will actually increase the price over time, who knows. But at least right now I can get it for $35. Or and sometimes it might have sales and stuff, so you can probably get it for less if you want and, you know, wait for the right moment. And yeah, I mean, that's really good value, you know. I mean, RPGs in general are really good value, basically no matter the price, and in that case they have like half the price of like, you know, what you would pay for D4. And I guess for PoE as well, with like stash traps involved and stuff. Comes down to like roughly same, I guess, plus minus. So yeah, last epoch is pretty cheap. Just went and bought the Eternal Vanquisher supporter pack. Uh-oh. How much is that one? What does it have? No, there will be a battle pass in LE. I actually have not heard anything about battle pass system or something like that. I'm not sure if they're gonna have that. I think the plan is just to sell like NTXs and stuff for now. Could have been a Kickstarter supporter. What are the perks of being a Kickstarter supporter on Last Epoch? What do you get? They try to drop settings in main menu for loot filter. I mean, that's a joke, right? Yeah, Nazeebo can definitely do like many weird combos and builds and, you know, can make some stuff work. And not everything will go to like, you know, like the ultra high corruption levels or something, but it doesn't have to, so. You can definitely get through the campaign relatively easily. The campaign is not hard. And then, you know, start like the endgame system, and okay, some builds are faster and slower, but yeah, you can do a lot of really weird stuff, and I think that's the fun part of it. Give me 2 nice cloaks as Twitch drops. Oh. Wait, did they just do an announcement or something? You need like an ugly transmog or a nice one to win my favor in a lunar event competition. Oh, are they? Okay. I don't know. Usually a nice one. Yeah, we're gonna have like a little like transmog competition or something that the CMs are organizing with some of the streamers. But I don't know any details about it yet. Anyways. What master I'm planning to start with? Yeah, I was kind of intrigued by the Falconer, but on the other hand, like a lot of people are gonna do that, so I'm not really sure. I would really like to maybe try something else instead. So we'll see. Maybe I'm gonna do Blade Dancer again. But I've already played it. I've not explored Marksman all that much. But I don't know, maybe I'm gonna try Falconer anyway. That's an interesting ring. Perfect crit, perfect resource. Lucky hit. I'm not sure what build I would need this for, to be honest, though.
I can break that down.
Guess we're gonna throw another pot and master a bit on Rogue. Rune Master it is. Yeah, Rune Master also looks pretty strong and fun. Yeah, we'll see. I'll decide the next day which class I'm gonna start with. I'm not really sure. I was posted on Sanctuary Discord and the news events. That's interesting because it didn't even ask like what time we're gonna do it or something, I believe. So I guess it's decided now.
Well, let's have a look. Don't be a stranger. Come back soon.
Rune Master is a better Sorc in every aspect. It's just that good. Yeah, they're gonna nerf Rune Master a bit for launch, I imagine. Apparently it was like really OP. Can you link this stuff from the supporter pack, by the way? Did someone link this? The one that Nini is talking about, I would like to see it. Nini exclamation mark music. It's actually ours as well. I was playing. Wait, wasn't that a goblin? You love it. The Paragon farm is exhausting you so fast. Dude, have you been like mega tryharding D3 for like 3 weeks now or something? Holy, what level are you even? Del Taurus? You're almost 4k. I mean, that's quite a grind already. How much more do you want to do, man? Have you heard of LE login? You have 8-ish people core farm on hardcore right now. Oh, I want to join that, by the way. I'm joining that. I have some cores. I'm staying to get some for Malphas or my Barb. You're in waiting room. Okay, let me add you in a second here, well. Any battle tag again? There. I guess I have crossplay on. Do I have it? I have it on. Just invite me. I wish there were non-combo points builds for Rogue. I feel like it slows me down coming from other classes. Yeah, you can make non-combo point builds, but not really like high-end builds, that's the thing. Yo, hey guys. Like for like outdoor content, hell tides, you know, lower end stuff. Yeah, you can definitely run like, you know, inner side or something. But outside of that, yeah, combo points are just too efficient. So where are these guys? Let's go to town. Pronounced was the. If I brought me a Barb, the 8 times of overpowered, it doesn't appear anymore. Maybe I'm, yeah, maybe you're not overpowering. Maybe you're not weapon swapping. Have you checked your item, your weapon slots? Like if you have everything on automatic, then it might not switch to weapons all the time. Okay, where the hell am I? I have 300 latency. What server is this? Where are you from? Holy shit. It's like Omega laggy. $400 MS, man. Holy. Okay. He's in Vancouver. Really? And I have 400 latency? What the fuck? 420 right now, actually. Okay. Yeah, congrats for the Shaka, I think. Is anyone in PvP in hardcore? Not really. I've never met anyone in hardcore in PvP. I do the whispers there sometimes, but I've never seen anyone. Or 20 MS with VPN on. No, I don't have VPN on. I guess VPN could be helpful in D4 actually, if you wanna like try to get into the more populated instances. Like for example, you know, I'm like East Europe, and most of the time, like on world bosses and stuff, I'm just alone. And for example, if I have a VPN to like, you know, Central Europe or something, I'll probably have more people there. I want a Sorcerer right now. Not sure, I see a lot of Blizzard here and everything. Barb and Sorcs. 2 Druids. No Necro, no other Rogue. Look at all this Blizzard here on the screen. 17k armor. Yeah, it's just, it's too much. I have an armor roll and a helm. Actually just that and Juggernaut. You've never seen that many people in D4. You can have up to 12 people in the same instance. And it gets laggy and laggy when I have 1000 MS. And look at these guys. What is going on, man? Is it because there's too many people or something? Like, what the hell? Actually crazy. Look at my arrows disappearing midair. My pen shot is coming like 2 seconds later. See the animation? Where's my arrow? Here. Holy shit, man. Why is it so scuffed? This whole instant's gonna crash soon, I feel. Same thing happens in PvP area when more than 6 people exist. Well, good news is I don't really actually have to attack anything here. So guys, we're starting with the interview soon. It's gonna be like in 25 minutes. I came prepared. Questions? Do you have any questions that I should try to include later? I'm also gonna have some leftover time at the end to answer questions from chat. So the plan is we're gonna have like, 60, 90 minutes or something from my own. And then like around 30 minutes or so from chat questions. So if you have anything that you wanna have answered, then just spam it later when we're there. How can I enter this call party? Valkyrie was inviting, but I feel like we are pretty full here. I mean, I can try count 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh my god. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It doesn't really help that people are teleporting around. Yeah, I think this is pretty close to maximum, so it could happen that if you invite extra people, that other people get kicked out of the instance, or you just can't get in or something. So there cannot be more than 12 people. But yeah, Valkyrie just set it up actually. Yeah, chat. And then loading everyone's stash. Yes. Yeah, 12 people is the max. Probably it should be more like 4. Because look at how laggy this is and everything. You say I only 4 Discord, I just have 3 billion from the Tree of Whispers. I didn't do really any trading this season yet. So this is only just what I grinded, and like someone gave me like a few 100 million as well. Because they quit this season. But yeah, the rest is just Whispers. I mean, I farmed, I don't know what, over 100 Druid summons at this point or something. So that's just what you get on the way there. Barrage is excellent this season. Yeah, imagine that some of the builds like a Blizzard are actually somewhat laggy, right? Because they hit like many times, there's like explosions and it freezes and this stuff. To be honest, I have not really investigated very much like what actually causes lag all too much in this game. Like in D3, it's like very well known like which skills and which effects lag out the game. But not so much here, because it's not such a big problem, luckily. Can tell if like a hit procs on dots? Yes. But it works a bit different, so usually when a skill sets a certain lucky hit value, it's usually over the entire duration of the dot. And then each tick has like, you know, the dot duration divided by, or rather the lucky hit divided by 2 times the dot duration, because dots tick twice a second. So for example, like Poison Imbue apparently has a lucky hit chance. I'm not sure if it actually has, or if it just does that, but let's ignore that. Let's just say it has 33% lucky hit over 5 seconds. So every second you should get on average like, you know, 6.5%. Meaning every tick is like 3 and 3.2 or something. Okay, nice. We're getting to the point where I can't even drop items. With lag, is your PC. That's very easy way out for Blizzard. It's snowing. It's winter. In the dry steppes. The question is, how many cores do we actually need? I think I have like 3 summons in my stash and maybe like some more cores flying around on some characters. So let's say 4, 5 of this. That's 20 runs. I mean, next time I do a rotation, I'm probably gonna aim for something like 15 to 20 runs anyway. I just hope I get the... I need 1 more stone only from Alpha, so I don't need to go super crazy on this now. I think. So let's try to open this a little bit as well. These guys are fast, there's so many opening. Sneef. Rip, pardon. What happened? Going to have Blood Surge Necro this season? I have no plans for Blood Surge now. This guy proc there. He's running away. What happened? Okay, I'm not sure if it was mine because I have super lag. I think it was mine. A bear. Uh-oh. You ever played PoE, eh? I haven't played much this league, but I just rushed to like level 90 something on the Deadeye and stuff. In general, the last few leagues I haven't been doing that much because of T4. But yeah, I've played a lot of PoE in my life so far. I'm definitely looking forward to PoE too. Finding the Malphas gun I struggle to get into. I mean, in softcore it's much easier though. In softcore I have a lot more people like just chilling at the brazier. Every time there's like whispers, I guess you just go there, and if you want to farm cores, then you can do this, yeah. And you get your cores, but then you still have to find a party and all that, right? It's like more annoying. God, man. So laggy, it's crazy. Oh. Okay, it's getting a bit spooky here, to be honest. I think I'm out, if you ask me, man. Look at this shit. Yeah, this is the... I mean, we're starting soon anyway with the interview, so... Fuck it. It's going. I can't even loot this. Gonna fill this here and then we go. Yeah. Let me out. Goodbye. Thanks for the party though. Good luck. Yo, Wangang, thank you for the 5 months. Yeah, I'm not I'm not enjoying it also because it kind of feels risky and stuff. So, and I also don't have anything to do. I'm literally just like standing there AFK while everything around me dies automatically, so great. Log in. I think it's login time. Dude, the entire, like... Okay, I have to leave this, that's why. Get killed in open world, yeah. Can happen, I guess. I think it's not just like a Blizzard cast that creates this lag, it was also like I was far away and like I was... It doesn't actually ask me to like join back to my own world here, by the way. I still have 500 MS. Look. What the hell? Okay. Since it's starting soon with the interview, I'm gonna have a short break, getting a drink and all that. Actually, I can switch to a PoE category already, I guess. That gold though, yes. Okay, I'm doing it on the YouTube live stream as well. Okay. Yo, quick BRB. Alright. There we go, guys. Can you ask Jonathan if they have pants in PoE too? He already answered it in another interview actually. And he said that it's gonna be like part of the boots or something. So this is gonna be like one kind of like, you know, transmog. So. Okay, so let me check if they're already getting ready or something. Nope. Okay. Any other stuff I should ask, guys? Scarf. I guess I'm gonna see a lot of the first scarves now. Do I have first scarf, actually? Let me see. Maybe we can edit real quick. I know it's like a huge thing right now. Dude, what's going on? Why is this? What is this? Hello? Log in, yeah, I'm trying. Go try F5. Ah. Which one do we take? This one. Okay, this is definitely needed right now. Okay. Going to be racing at LE on relays? Or just playing and enjoying the game? I mean, I'm not like as good as the guys that blast like 5,000 hours of LE already, but you know, I want to try to be fast and get to level 100 on hardcore and stuff. It will be fun, for sure. I'm gonna prepare a bit also this week now. Here we go. Would be great to ask him about Steam Deck. That's something he does very well. Controller, Steam Deck is top notch. I know they're gonna have cross progression with console, and I think, didn't they talk about cross play in another interview or something? But I'm not sure what they said. But yeah. We're doing controller support in beta. I guess I could ask a few things about beta, yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say this again one more time. So I have my own list of questions. It's already prepared and stuff, and I'm planning to do this like something like 60 to 90 minutes, depending on, you know, how much discussion and everything. And I also want to have like around half an hour or so of chat questions at the end. So if there's anything coming up that was not covered, then you can also just, you know, put that in chat later. I will keep an eye on it, at least towards the end. I'm pretty sure it should come on console at the same time. I'll be very surprised about a late console release. I think if they wanna do the crossplay and all, or at least cross progression, I think they have to have console at start now. First. Nice redeem. You main PoE and Steam Deck, you love it. Oh, interesting. Could ask if the league's gonna start at the same time on PC and consoles. I mean, if there is cross progression, then that needs to happen, right? Like, it's kind of like way more linked. Like right now, console is separate. It's like a completely separate client, right? But if there's cross progression, it's the same game. Abyss farming on Steam Deck. Imagine like this thing is gonna explode. First one out, interesting. We saw the stream earlier. So we had some Twitch hiccups. For some reason Twitch is like not in a good spot. So I restarted my stream earlier. But okay. YouTube was fine. YouTube, I have no problems. Going to Sea Garden? Not really. I'm not going out very much. At least I don't. At least when it's so cold here. They have a third party to deal with. Okay, Sony, Xbox, they're probably gonna have to do a separate announcement. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I guess a lot of the console stuff will be covered later once we get closer to launch. So I'm not sure if you could answer that. I could ask him later about console. Yeah, we know it's coming to consoles. And, you know, that also means that I think they talked about the cross-play or cross progression. So if you can actually progress your same character, your same account on console or on PC, then yeah, the season should start at the same time as well and stuff. And it probably means that it will only work with like the online-only consoles and stuff. Will all tabs and stuff go to PoE 2? Yeah, and instead it has the same shop. And I guess there will be some tabs, you know, that are PoE 1 specific, like, I don't know, Delirium tab, for example, or Metamorph tab. Metamorph doesn't even exist anymore. But yeah, those will not be in PoE 2, I guess, because those mechanics won't exist. But in general, you have the same shop and the same tabs, as far as I know. Does the game crash if you alt tab? I mean, there is a solution around that. You can just rebind your key binding to not alt, right? For the loot. The legal system PoE 2 will be there, if not, will be PoE 1 specific. Yeah, exactly. So they didn't say which exact league mechanics they're porting to PoE 2. And I think it's not a bad idea to also just like leave room for something fresh, right? I mean, even in PoE 1 they start deleting old mechanics. Prophecy is out, Metamorph is out, and so on. And yeah, it's not a big loss, I guess. Will Rob in PoE 2 kill all again? What question is that? I kind of doubt that Rob is gonna go hard on PoE 2, but maybe. Piranhas is out, yeah. The Synthesis. I mean, I could really do without the Synthesis implicit as well, to be honest. Prage for melee favorite bosses in PoE 2. Yeah, I think compared to PoE 1, I think PoE 2 will definitely be more in favor of melee. I'm not sure if melee will necessarily be better, like, you know, overall. But with like a slower gameplay, you know, less screen clearing and all that, I mean, melee just naturally makes a lot more sense. Maybe mistake Rob with Ben. Yeah. Yo, thanks for 5 subgifts, man. Praise the frogs. Oh, okay, we started the call. Alright. So, Jonathan is coming. I'm starting the call, guys. Gonna turn off the music. Alright. Let's go. Ah, hello. Hello, Jonathan.
How's it going?
Yeah, nice to see you. 1 second, I'm setting up the stream scene and stuff.
No problem.
I have it prepared, so I hope that works out.
All good.
We don't have any hiccups. Okay, let me see.
Does the sound okay?
Yeah, we can do a little sound check. Chat, how's the sound? Is it too low, too high?
Sounds good. Yeah, well, it's good for you, but you know, I was just wondering whether or not the sound's coming through on your end, nice, and I can tweak the volume here if you like.
Okay, chat says sound is perfect. Okay, that sounds
That's
great.
good. Awesome. Excellent.
Yeah, I need to turn off my alerts 1 second because if there's
problem.
like some stuff coming on the stream, then it will be a bit annoying. All right. That should do it, I think. Okay. All right. Well, we're starting the interview. So
Absolutely.
that is Jonathan Rogers, guys, and I am wudijo. We have an interview. This is about Path of Exile 2. So, I mean, my main audience is mostly Diablo focused here. And, well, personally, I'm also very much looking forward to Path of Exile 2, like many of us here, I think. So, yeah, GG reached out to me to have this interview. There have been some others in the past already. I have been listening and watching them, not all of them, but I've tried to get a good overview already of what has been asked, what is out there in terms of the information, also from the wiki. So I'm trying to not have too many duplicates in there. I prepared a list of questions. And yeah, Jonathan, if you want to introduce yourself as well, then you can say a few words.
So my name's Jonathan Rogers, and I'm the game director on Path of Exile 2. So yeah, my job is basically organizing the chaos that is running a game studio, and like running a game, I should say. And it's quite a task, but we're getting somewhere, and I'd like to think that the game we're making is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, very much excited for that. So let's hop right into the interview. So I have a bunch of topics basically that I want to go through, like 10 or so topics with individual questions, but we can definitely keep it a bit back and forth as much as you also want to discuss stuff.
Absolutely.
And my first main topic that I have is endgame. So you have already talked a lot about this in other interviews. For example, like what kind of league mechanics you're gonna try to bring over to Path of Exile 2. We heard about Delve. And I heard from, some other people that I asked, for example, in preparation for this interview, like they might be a bit concerned that, for example, PoE 2 will launch and there's not really enough like high-end stuff to do, for example, like how far will the progression go on launch, for example.
Right.
And if you have any more insights on that.
Yeah, so I guess there's two launches to talk about. So one would be going into the beta, the early access period. And for that one, there certainly won't be as much content as Path of Exile 1 has at endgame. The plan is to basically, we're going to have certainly a few different things that you can do. There'll be the in-game map system. There'll be like the progress to all of that. There'll also be like a few other things that you can do as well, kind of on the side, as well as I don't want to, without spoiling too much, there'll be various mechanics you can go through, but it certainly won't be as big as PoE 1 at that point. But by the time we get to the end of early access and into the actual full release of the game, there will certainly be a very large amount of in-game content. Like, we definitely appreciate that you can't really launch an action RPG without having like a huge amount of in-game, like it's just mandatory. We're very, very cognizant of that. And not only do you need to have like really big in-game fights to do, but you need a variety of different things that you can go between and do, like different types of parallel end games as well. There's a very big need for all of that stuff. So we just have to make sure that I would not consider the game to be complete, as far as entering into full release without having a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, sounds really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to like some future, like previews or whatever you're gonna share,
right.
and also the beta, of course. Can you also tell us about for example, pinnacle bosses? Is that also going to be part of the plan?
There will absolutely be pinnacle bosses. We do have some plans already for what they will be. As I said, they're not going to be in the start of the early access period, but they're definitely, as I said, at release we're going to have like a full on. I mean, basically what you need to have in game is you need to have a storyline, right? Like you need to have a thing like previous, we had like War for the Atlas and all these various sort of in-game storylines. You need to have something like that, I think, to make the in-game good. Like, it's not quite as involved as like what a campaign storyline is, but there's certainly a storyline in in-game that you need to be able to sort of have to kind of, I think, drive that to make the pinnacle content interesting. We absolutely have to have something like that, and that's definitely in the plan.
Okay, cool. And can you also tell us about what is going to be like the plan for like the post-launch updates? So you're gonna have like a certain amount of content, and you just said, okay, it's gonna be obviously a bit less than PoE 1, which is like very saturated. And like, how much are you gonna focus on like expanding endgame, for example, like post-launch? Like, is it gonna be immediately? Like, is it gonna be like part of like every single like league cycle, or how are you gonna continue that?
Basically, what we've always done with our leagues is we make sure there's an in-game element to every league we do. So generally speaking, in Path of Exile 1, and it will be the same in Path of Exile 2 as well, that there's like some, like the challenge of the league extends all the way to the end. And ideally, if we can, we try to have effectively the reason why we have so many different parallel in-game things going on in Path of Exile 1 is because the league's expanded over time. So like, not every league is necessarily as successful as every other in this department, but we really need to make sure that this is going to be the case going in PoE 2. And so effectively, yes, there'll be in-game content all the time, and especially at the beginning, as we're doing more porting of PoE 1 systems over into PoE 2. I mean, this will be during the beta. We're doing a lot of this, by the way. That in-game content, like even during the beta period, the in-game content will expand very significantly just during that. I mean, we're running up to the line here as far as like getting the game out into early access at the point where we can do it. And so we were really hoping to get a lot of that PoE 1 content ported in before that point, but it looks like it's going to be during early access. And I think that will honestly be fine because even just like, given that the campaign is all new, even just getting through all of the content that's there will take people a very long time. I don't think they're going to miss the fact that we take a little bit longer to get all of that extra league content in there as well. So yeah, a lot of that will be coming in during that. I mean, I would imagine, especially especially the early days of the beta. Of course, assuming we're not saturated completely by like player feedback forcing us to completely change how everything works, I guess. So assuming that the beta actually works out okay, then yes, we should be able to get a lot of that stuff in pretty quickly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you talked about the beta already, and I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of stuff to do, but most of the players playing the beta are probably also the most like enthusiastic and the most experienced players, I imagine, because with the you can like sign up, and I guess you're gonna invite some people as well yourselves. So let's see how long it will actually take to get through the end. But I'm excited. I mean,
I'm hoping it'll take them a while, especially to get to the pinnacle of what is in the beta. I hope it will take them quite a while. I mean, I guess we'll see. There's quite a lot. I mean, it always surprises me what the players can manage to do. But I'm hoping it'll be. I mean, so that's the other thing as well, is at some point before the beta release, we'll have to. I'm sure we'll have like a NDA'd like private sort of alpha where we can at least get some of the most absolutely ridiculous people in to kind of like just test whether or not the progression is too easy or something like that. So there'll be a little bit of that going on a little bit before the beta as well. But I am hoping that we'll be able to get that fairly correct at the start, but you never know. And I guess the other thing as well is it's better to go too hard than too easy, because making things easier is very easy to do. Making things harder is a bit more of a thing. So we definitely err on the side of hardness rather than easiness in that case.
I think that's a pretty good approach to have, to be honest. Because number one, people are completely new to the game, and they will immediately learn something about the game as they play through it, right? And I think it's also something he talked about in another interview where he said, okay, like he fought the boss for 5 minutes and he fought it for like 2 minutes the next time. So
right.
Establishing a kind of like a baseline difficulty that is like not too low is kind of important to keep it interesting when you go through it every single time, right? For sure. Yeah. So that's good. Do you have anything else to share about the beta already in terms of like how long is it gonna last? I heard like 3 to 6 months is like the expected range or something. Are there like any more concrete plans?
I think it's more likely to be 6 than 3, very frankly. I think 6 is a much more realistic timeline. But we don't necessarily have an exact like, okay, this is exactly how long it's going to be. Like I think it's a folly to even do that. Like it's better to just like maybe it is ready after 6 months, and maybe that's fine. But I think it's better to just wait until we feel like we know for sure that the game is ready for the like swamp of the absolute swarming of players that will be that will be happening upon release. And so we wouldn't want to I wouldn't want to go too early and and not having ironed out all of the problems that I am sure we will have when we get started. So yeah, okay. I think 6 months is a sort of like a good time, but you never know. It could be a little bit longer. I mean, I would be really keen to get the game out in 2024. That would be good. But as I said, we have to be open to whatever we need to do.
Like if you actually want to try to get it out in 2024, it sounds more like it's kind of like a launch directly from beta into the actual launch. Are you planning to do that?
There would be no gap between having the early access period and release. Like it would definitely be like, we wouldn't have a period where you can't play or anything like that. Like once the beta is finished, then we'll be releasing, sure there might be like a few hours of downtime, but it's certainly like going one to the other. It's not like some separate process here.
Okay, I actually expected there would be like quite a gap, and then you're gonna go back to fixing, and that's pretty.
I mean, look, I want people to be able to play the beta as if it's a full complete game, right? Like I don't want them to feel like, oh, this is just some. It isn't. I mean, sure, it is a test internally for us, like that is the case, but it's certainly not but like. I mean, we're attempting to release a full game here. You know what I mean? Like, this is sure we need a testing period to get everything right, but we're attempting to actually, make this like a product that you could play as if it was a released game. And I would hope that the quality of the beta is better than, like most AAA games that are released these days. Which can have certainly some teething problems. I would hope we could actually do better than that upon the start of our beta, but certainly by the end of beta, we need to be completely rock solid. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely makes me a lot more excited as well for June, and I guess a lot of others here as well. Can you share, like, roughly how many players you expect or you want to have in the beta?
Well, I want a lot of players because you need a lot of players to really test the economy. And so while there will, look, we're likely to run it very similarly to how we have in the past with betas. So in like 3.0 when we released that, we did give a lot of players access, but then also there was a way to get into the beta if you wanted to. Aside from that, like you could just effectively, if you bought supporter packs, there was ways to get in. So that kind of thing is very likely what we'll still do. So I think anyone who wants to play the beta will be able to do so. When we're not really intending to like limit it to some small community. Something for the alpha is different, but for beta we want that to go wide and large and have as many people as we possibly can to be testing and that, because as I said, the for economic reasons you want to really make sure that that's solid, and so yeah, that you need to have it large. Okay,
that sounds good. And also, like, I know there's like some, like for current PoE1 leagues, there's like some early access, like, small tests that they do. Is that also something you want to try to, like, bring forward in PoE2, where new leagues, for example, are tested in advance by, like, some people, or is that going to be like a bigger system? For example,
I honestly think that we could probably do better there. The trouble is that it's hard to get a lot of time to between when it's ready enough to actually do some testing and when the actual release is. We need to definitely do better here. Actually, the current league in development for Path of Exile 1, I believe that there is an alpha of that going up very soon. This is not the kind of thing the player base would usually hear about because the stuff is not talked about, and we tell people not to talk about it. But we're getting to the point where 3.24 is, I believe, going to have an alpha very soon, and that's because there's a few changes in it that we wanted to get more testing on than usual. So like that's the kind of thing that that ideally we'd be able to do more. But I mean, we as a studio we actually do like get like things are getting worked on pretty close to the line. Like we're pretty fast and loose sometimes with some of that stuff. So yeah, like it can be it would be very hard to get more than like a couple of weeks of actual alpha for a league like possible. I think that would be very hard, but ideally we should be able to do something like that because it is.
He's going to invite Ben and Karn, and they don't need many weeks for testing, so that would be an option. But yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's a lot of really cool info about the beta already. So I'm very excited, and
awesome.
Yeah, especially with like the fact that you don't want to have a gap between the beta and the launch. Is there like something that potentially people might carry over from the beta, or is it going to be a clean wipe afterwards and that's it?
So what we're planning on doing, although this plan could change, is that we'll probably in Path of Exile, when you finish a league, things go to standard. What we're considering doing here is having like a cordoned off like beta league that you can't create characters in later, but effectively just means that like you've got all the stuff, like all the items and stuff that you did during the beta would just kind of live in there, and you could keep playing that character if you want, but it's kind of like probably not going to be the main realm, and like we won't like we'll probably like take down ladders for it and all that other stuff, like just it won't really be like it'll, but we don't want to really delete anything if we don't have to. Now that may be impossible, but I don't think it will be. I think we should be able to do that, and that will just mean that if you do play the beta and you for whatever reason you just want to like play on that same character again, then you'll be able to, I suspect you'll be able to do that, but the peril of that is going to be that during the beta period we have to be unashamed about like changing how shit works, and that means that your character might not necessarily be actually really functional afterwards. Like it might be that it doesn't kind of like the combos you were doing don't quite work the same way or whatever like that. So I can't guarantee that those characters will actually be necessarily useful to you, but there's no real reason for us to delete that stuff if we don't have to. If it's not part of the main game economy, it can just kind of live where it is. So that's likely what we'll do. But as I said, we'll see how things actually look. There's probably going to be a few cases where we kind of do that process during the beta as well, like where we take all the characters and we want to have a fresh economy start within the beta. So we move all of the old beta characters into, effectively beta standard or whatever you want to call it. And then so people can still play them if they want, but like the intention is that the feedback we want is from the new economy rather than the existing stuff. So anytime we make a change that's large enough that sort of needs that kind of thing, that's what we'll have to do. And I'm sure we'll want to have at least 2 resets during the beta, but we'll see about more. And then probably what that will, it's funny because what it will probably feel like is a bit like league launches and PoE 1 do now, because except more frequent, because since we're going to be adding league content back in, it'll be like, hey, look, this is we've got a new beta league. It's got like these extra league PoE 1 leagues ported in, so it'll feel a little bit like a kind of mini league launch within the beta, I'm hoping, as well as extra content like there's going to be more bosses and stuff added that need to be added during the beta, and more skills and all sorts of stuff like that. So I'm hoping that they'll feel like quite hefty little content updates. And it's funny, the content during the beta will probably feel like it's coming thick and fast because we have a lot of content that was first pass complete but wasn't probably not going to be quite ready for the beta. So there'll be a lot of bosses and skills and all that sort of stuff that they kind of got somewhere but they didn't get, they're not good, they're not probably going to be good enough to go in the beta. So there'll be quite a lot of stuff rolling out during that period. So my hope is like the start of the beta is bigger than most games that come out, but then also you receive a ridiculous amount of content during the beta too. So I suspect it will feel like it's pretty worthwhile to play.
I'm certain that's going to be a huge incentive for people to actually also, try to get into the beta and, be part of that. It sounds like a very unique experience as well to have for
I hope it's going to be. I mean, I am really imagining it's going to be a lot of fun when we can do that. Plus, it'll be nice to be, because I don't really work on PoE 1 at this point, and it'll be nice to be working on a game again that has players that you can kind of respond to that and talk to them in game and do all that sort of stuff. That's a fun sort of time that I haven't got to have for a little while now. So I kind of want to get back into that mode of just playing the game, seeing the changes, pushing changes to production. It's fun.
Okay, you guys heard them, yeah? Log in. Okay, so since I have a question for later, but I'm gonna just pull that to now, and that is about leagues and expansions, since you talk about the timelines right now. So when would be the first league planned? Is it gonna be right on the official launch, or are you planning to actually okay, you go from closed beta to launch, and then there's maybe a little of a period where it settles, and then you launch the first league, or what's the plan?
We actually discussed this, and I don't know that I am fully sure one way or the other. And I think it's going to depend a little bit on how the end of the beta looks. If it's if there's a bunch of content that's going to go in at launch, then it may be that we don't necessarily have to have a league. But if all that content is at end game, then I think we would need a league because we want new stuff throughout the campaign as well. So so definitely at release we'll have the in-game storyline. That's going in at that point. But I don't think that counts as enough for the launch to be different from the beta enough. And so, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit whether we need to make a league. That's going to depend on how the beta. I suspect that if the beta was shorter, we might not have a league. But if the beta is longer, we might have one. So yeah, as I said, it's going to depend a little bit on how that goes. But I mean, it would be nice to have a league at launch as well. On the other hand, we need to make sure that it's one that doesn't interfere with the feel of the game too much, because there's going to be a whole flood of new players coming in, and we don't want something that's going to feel kind of out of some of the PoE 1 leagues we put in. If you're a new player coming into the game, they probably feel a bit strange to have this you walk out of town and there's immediately this totally weird thing. It's kind of we need to make sure that whatever the league is that we do at launch is not going to feel like that. It needs to kind of feel natural in the world and not be too strange. So yeah, I don't have an exact plan for this, honestly, and it's going to come down to feel as we approach the time when release happens. But I guess the main key takeaway from that is as we go into release, we want to make sure that it does feel like there's a change up from what the last beta league, if you will, was. That it feels like there's something new going on, so that you actually have a new play experience.
Okay, I mean, ultimately, I guess in terms of the overall player base they're going to have on launch, the beta player base is still relatively small, I think. So it probably won't.
I mean, sure, it'll be smaller,
much.
But I hope it's not too. I hope it's not too small, right? I want, I do. And the thing is, I mean, and they're our most hardcore players, and we want to make sure they're having a good time. So we do care about this. You know, like we care about the like as I said before, like we want the beta players to feel like they are playing a released game. You know what I mean? It shouldn't feel like, you know, oh, I'm just doing some testing here. Like, I mean, yes, they are,
Yeah.
but it's
Okay.
still like it's still a game we're giving them. You know what I mean? Like they still matter as players, so we have to make sure that the release to them feels like a substantial update that they're going to enjoy.
Okay, yeah, it's very reassuring to hear, so I'm very happy about that. Okay, another question about the leagues and expansions. So do you have like kind of like a similar model planned compared to PoE1, where okay, you have roughly a 3-month cycle, and then you have like, you know, a few kind of smaller leagues, and you have like, you know, maybe every 5 leagues or so is kind of like a bigger expansion where you add like, you know, like something like, you know, War of the Atlas, Siege of the Atlas, these kind of things. Yep. How's that gonna go exactly?
Yeah, so that's my hope to do. I mean, look, we like our model. That's the reason, you know, we've stuck with it for so long. So yes, effectively that it'll be like that. I mean, I would hope that you don't get the feeling of like smaller leagues, and because they should all feel very.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to like down talk them, you know, but
yeah,
you understand what I mean.
But in terms of the thing that the kind of expansions are going, and ideally we're doing them about once a year. Although if we can do them faster than that, would be fine. But like I think like the best would be if we can do like December. The December leagues are kind of in-game, like in-game stuff. So usually those big expansions were kind of like in-game content, as opposed to kind of the like that is to say like changing the core of the in-game, and like, you know, things like War of the Atlas and so on are like that. So that's likely to be what we do. But as we always kind of try to keep like we do what the game needs at the end of the day, like, you know, so. I don't want to necessarily be held to that exact like thing. You know, we do what we can. But yes, ideally we're doing those larger expansions approximately once per year, and that is the stuff that, generally speaking, it's the kind of like the more kind of environment art heavy stuff that takes a long time. That you know, where you can't just do like you can make like a couple of areas from start to finish in 3 months, but it's very hard to make like a whole kind of like, you know, a whole new set of environments or something within that amount of time. So it takes more preparation, and that's the kind of reason why those kind of things tend to go a bit longer. But the nice thing will be that, you know, like effectively PoE1 hasn't had the whole giant team of PoE2 developers you know, working for it and making content for it this whole time, except indirectly. And so then once we actually have PoE2 released, you know, there's going to just be a lot more developers apparently working on the live shipping game. So that's going to be, there'll be a lot of content due to that reason.
Okay. One last question about like expansions is, are you planning to ever add more classes to PoE2? Because you're starting with 12 classes, but
Right.
you know, there's like a very saturated roster, I feel. And
Right.
I wonder
It
if there's like anything that you think you could still cover that is not already present.
I don't think that we would have any more like base classes. I could see ourselves adding more ascendancy classes, but that would be kind of like, I don't think we need to do that in the near future. There's quite a lot going on there already, and plenty of other stuff for us to do. So yeah, potentially ascendancy classes, but we'll see. We might have enough.
I guess a lot of people would like ask about at least the Return of the Scion or something. So I guess that might be an opportunity, but yeah.
You know, I don't think we want to have the Scion back again.
Why not?
I don't think what it did, the Scion, was kind of force our hand in certain ways to do with how the center of the skill tree is, and we have to support paths that go through the center, and that kind of changed just the way that there's just all the stuff to considerations to do with how many points you need to allocate to get from one thing to the other. And it kind of just was a bit annoying to have to deal with in certain cases about where we can put things and like where we want them to be relative, like how many points do we want this class to be able to take to get to that node, this kind of question. And so the Scion, the center of the tree, I would like kind of as just had certain considerations about it that made it a little bit more difficult to plan around. And so I don't really think that with all the classes that we have now that we didn't necessarily need it anymore. I mean, you can still do anything ultimately with any character class if you're willing to sacrifice certain number of points to be able to do that. But you know, like yeah, I just don't think the Scion was really necessary.
Too bad, because I'm actually a Scion enjoyer myself. So
okay, fair enough.
But okay,
what do you like about it though? Like, what's the thing? What's the draw?
the draw for me was just that I could do like these really weird combos between different classes. So, you know, they had like, okay, they had like easy solutions to certain things. Okay, I can just pick up, you know, like this ranger thing, I get my frenzy charges, I can pick up this shadow thing, get my power charges, and
right. I mean, we still definitely have a game where you can do that. There will be different. I mean, like I guess no one's really seen the tree yet, so they don't really sort of understand how it is now. But yeah, like I guess I don't really want to talk too much about it either because you know there'll probably be some actual like deep dives on the passive tree later on. But yeah, like I mean, it's I guess I would just say that like yeah, like you'll still be able to do like cross class stuff. That's very important to us. And so you know, yeah, we aren't a game that just locks you off to you know. To one particular thing, and that's still very much the case in PoE2 as well.
Are you guys going to preview the passive tree at some point before the launch of the beta? Is there going to be?
I'm sure we will. The thing with it though is that it's probably hard to really be certain about the tree until we've finished enough of what we need to do with regard to the classes, like skills and everything. And we also don't necessarily want to like show our hand too early with it because until we're really certain about a lot of things. So yeah, we've kind of been a bit coy about it. We've shown a few, like we've like, you know, we'll open up it in certain cases and like show a little section of it just to demonstrate a point. But I think it'll probably be a lot closer towards the release before we actually show the whole thing. But I do think that there will come a point where we want to do that, especially, I mean, certainly at the point where we have like a kind of slightly more expansive alpha, I'm sure we'll want to be able to show it by then. So, you know, it should be okay.
Okay. Yeah, fine. Okay. I have another topic, and that is trade. So I know you talked about this a lot with this in the interview, and I just want to like kind of ask a few follow-up questions, and I'm not sure if like they were maybe answered already, but it sounds like you're planning to introduce something like an auction house in the game, where like some kind of in-game trading system at least, where there might be like some instant buyouts.
It won't necessarily be exactly like an auction house that you imagine, at least not for everything. But but certainly it's a system that does allow you to do all the things that I was talking about in that interview with regards to instant buyouts and searching and all that sort of stuff. So,
okay, I mean, however that looks, okay,
but yes.
Yeah, so my questions would be, so what about people that just have friends or play together in like, you know, group found and these kind of things? Will you always have to go through that trade system, or can you just still do player to player?
So we're not going to restrict trade to only the system. The system is for people who want to use it, but we still want to have normal player to player trade, and you can just use the old system if you want as it is, and it kind of has to be that way. I mean, like we like. I don't want it to feel like I'm taking away anything usually, and like I think that we will be okay to have both systems exist. So like that system with the downsides that it has, if you still want to engage with it, that's just fine. And I feel like it kind of has to be that way and it's a little bit more nebulous of an answer here, but it's like I feel like if you remove regular player to player trade, that just won't. It'll feel too controlled. Like we want items to feel like you really own them, and part of that is the ability to give them to someone, like not to lock them down in annoying ways. So like. The system that we talked about there, like gold is the thing that mediates it, but it's like it should feel natural because it's like, hey, like here's a guy who's going to go off and sell the item for you. You're paying him for this process. You know what I mean? Like, so therefore it doesn't like it will feel in world and reasonable, but like, and that's kind of important to us, I guess, is just like the feeling of like this. Okay, why could I not give my friend an item? Right? It doesn't make physical sense. So like, yeah, like this kind of stuff actually matters a lot to us. Like the feeling of like this is a real world and not just like a database is like super important. And so you know like you have to have the ability to just give your friend an item and like to do like a proper trade for that to be the case. And so yeah, like we can have another system that involves gold, but that's because you're literally paying an NPC to mediate a trade for you, right? Like that's the price you're paying them to do this, and that's fine. But yeah, but as I said, you still have to have the real physical, just like I can give you something. That's cool. It's in world. It makes sense, you know. Okay, I'm just wondering, like, how are you gonna try to mediate this then? Like, okay, gold is supposed to be the resource for, you know, that trading system, and then there's still player to player trade. So are you still gonna maintain like the trade site on the web, for example, so that people can try? Well, that trade site will almost certainly be the interface for the for the buyout trades as well. Like we have that interface, like it still allows us to, to be able to do stuff, right? Like that is like that interface is good as far as finding items goes. The issues around it are all to do with things that are what do you call it? Like effects that are caused by the fact there aren't instant buyouts, right? Because the moment that you can't rely on someone actually following through with the trade, it incentivizes all sorts of behavior that that is bad and people don't like. So it's like. But there's nothing actually wrong with the way that you find items there. So I still like that kind of interface. And I think probably a lot of people are assuming that there'd be like an in-game, like you just search in-game. And we could do that. But it's actually a lot easier to make the kind of interface for finding items on in the web. So we'll probably still go with that. That isn't to say that we won't necessarily put an interface like that in the game eventually. But certainly to start out with, I don't see any reason why we can't just use the web interface for searching stuff and doing that kind of
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, you're gonna have the gold system, like the trade system, tied to this website, and this is where people search items, and this way you have the instant buyout. So how do you prevent people from just...
What it will probably be is like on the website, it's like you've got a tick box for like, do you want to see instant buyouts only? And if and that'll probably be checked by default. And then if you want to turn that off and see all the items that people list that aren't through that system where there's no gold price for mediating them, then sure, go right ahead. And if you do want to turn that on so you can see the instant buyouts, then sure, which is what most players I suspect will want to do. So yeah, if you want to buy something instantly, you pay gold as well as the price the person listed. If you want to have to deal with someone with a physical trade, you don't want to pay the gold price, you go do that. You know what I mean? And we just have to make sure that Yes. So we just have to make sure that we're effectively making the gold price such that it feels like a reasonable thing, and ideally we get the balance of this correctly, so that it kind of like most of the time you're not going to really want to bother with the other system. But I mean, the other thing I did say on that podcast as well is that trading for currency does need to be cheap through the system, because currency is something you trade all the time, and the other thing as well is that the system for currency may end up looking a little different than the system for other items, which I won't go too much into now, but currency has its own sort of unique things going on with it that means that we kind of need to do a little bit more, I think, to make that work well. So anyway, I'm not going to talk too much more about that, but effectively currency versus non-currency probably needs to be a little bit different. And in particular for currency, I don't want you to have to go to a website to do that. You should be able to just do currency straight in game without having to do anything. Because once again, there's not like some big search interface you need for currency, right? You just pick what currency item you want. So therefore, it can be a bit different.
That reminds me of like the Age of Empires like marketplace where you can like buy and sell wood or something. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that, how that works, but it's like depending on the in-game
economy. It's been a while since I played Age of Empires, but sure. I mean, we'll see.
But yeah, okay. But yeah, it sounds really cool. So I was wondering actually like how you would handle this, like if you have like a system for like the gold trade, the instant buyout. So gold will only be used for the instant buyout, but you can still list items and not pay the gold fee, but then you have to trade the player to player.
Correct.
Okay. That's actually a pretty good solution, I think. So I think that will work out pretty well. Okay. Last question related to that topic is what about SSF? Do you have any plans for like making SSF like more accessible, making like SSF only features or something like that? For example, currently like Last Epoch has previewed their faction system. I'm sure you know about it. Yep. And I think that is actually a really good way of incentivizing and also just like rewarding SSF play in some way where, okay, there could be like this, feeling of accomplishment. Okay, I did everything on my own and all that. But I guess especially as the game matures, there's more stuff to do. Having this kind of target farming options are really useful. So if you have anything to share.
Well, I guess it comes down to the goal of SSF. Like you talk about incentivizing SSF, and I guess the question is do we want to incentivize SSF? Like what's the reason for doing that? Because I think that our goal here is to provide a game mode that certain people will enjoy, but our goal is not necessarily that everyone should have to enjoy that. You know what I mean? Like guess I would say that like that isn't necessarily a thing that I'm too worried about, so long as you look at the regular league and you're like, I do want to play that. You know what I mean? So like it becomes a problem at the point where like there's no mode for me. but I don't necessarily think we have to be saying that, like we have to make SSF good for everyone, right? Like I don't necessarily have the goal of everyone
Yeah,
wants
that's
to play
not
SSF,
exactly what I
so-
meant. I don't want
Yeah.
everyone to play as
I know, I do know what you're saying, but I guess I do see that as relevant because what I'm saying is that to me, if we made it so that SSF had systems whereby you got extra rewards like that were different from the base game, I guess that there's a lot of people who would see that as something that they wouldn't feel happy about. And you can argue, sure, you can have other modes, right? You can have like more things. You can have SSF with bonuses and SSF without them, and so on. Like you could do things like that. But I don't know that I don't know that I really want to get into it. On the other hand, like I have softened a little bit on this. Like so. My initial reaction to this kind of stuff is like I just don't want SSF to be different, right? Like if you are playing a mode where it's supposed to be the game accepts like you have this restriction and it's harder. On the other hand, you could argue that and like there's another element to that, which is that we don't want to make it so that you play SSF and then like until you've got enough stuff and then you switch to Trade League after that or something like that. Like this I think would be bad. And the reason why we can allow migration right now is because of the fact that there's no advantage to playing SSF, right? Like it would be exactly the same if you just played non-SSF without trading with anyone and then decided to trade later. So that means SSF, the sanctity of SSF is kind of like the ability to migrate it is fine. If we did have bonuses in SSF, that would mean that, and I believe what they do in Last Epoch is they don't allow the kind of the universe of items to ever like
yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
You
Like
can't
they have
mix them,
SSF items
exactly,
and they've
yeah.
got non-SSF items, and you can't like they're not exchangeable, right?
Yes.
So they solve that problem that way. But I don't believe that exactly means that you can exactly migrate something. And there's still something like I still worry in that situation that it's still going to be the right answer is going to be level an SSF and then change over to non-SSF for not leveling. Even when the items are not portable, you still have the like a character that effectively is. And I wouldn't want that to be the solution. So effectively, if we were to add an advantage in SSF, I mean, you'd have to make it so that then it was not movable back to standard again. And I guess you could do that once again. Like there's things we could do here. I just don't know that I really necessarily want to. And as I said,
to be honest, I'm very much with you there. So I don't really want to see an advantage on it. It was mostly just a question that came up, and I was like keen to ask it.
Fair enough. Yeah,
So-
fair enough. Well,
I'm personally like an SSF enjoy the way it is, and
Right.
I also
Okay.
enjoy the trade for what it is. So
Yeah.
I think a lot
Fair
of the points you make are good and they make sense to most people.
sure.
So.
Okay. All good.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably was rambling on a bit much there.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. I have a few
Sure.
other topics, so I want to go through them. Next
Sure.
big topic would be quality of life features. So I know that in general you are trying to cut back on the amount of loot that drops. You want to try to make loot more relevant. Less currency, less items, etc. Which I guess everyone would agree is definitely a better experience for everyone. And in general, like how open are you to like stuff like auto pickup, auto stashing of like you already have like for example the affinities in the stash, but for example you can just press one button and everything goes everywhere, or for example pets that pick up gold for you, like this is like a thing. So if you have anything to elaborate, yeah.
Right. So we did do auto pickup for gold. So that's there. So like it picks up as you walk near it. That's kind of like just nice.
Okay, important
but in
question.
general-
Is there gonna be
Yeah.
pickup radius?
like a stat.
Yeah, or something that you can make to increase.
I mean, I'm not going to say never, but like it's not something that I immediately am like, oh yeah, we should add that. Like, I don't think I want a stat for that really.
Okay.
But as for auto pickup, okay, like for non-gold, I don't love it, and this comes back to what I was saying earlier about the whole like I don't want the game to feel like a database. Like there's an element of like you pick stuff up and so on. Like auto stashing is something where okay, so the tab affinity system does get a lot of that going. And that was about as far as I was able to push Chris as far as auto stashing is concerned. Like he's very much in the camp of that, of like not wanting to make it too easy. So auto stashing was my way of making it so that you can kind of make that easier without having to necessarily get to the point where it's literally just a button and everything happens. So I don't know that I'm that keen to go that far, but honestly, like how much further do you need to go? Like if you, at some point, it's like you should have to at least click once to stash an item. I feel like it is actually okay.
I guess it really depends on like how much you're actually going to carry out of a map into
it
town,
does, yes,
right?
It does depend on that. So yeah, it does. And so yeah, PoE 1 and 2 are a bit of a different beast in this regard. Since like at the point where PoE 1 is now, it's like there is really ridiculous amounts of stuff, and it's kind of it's kind of gone a little bit beyond the pale, especially in the last league, which I worry there's going to be a bit of a hangover for, because since the league mechanic won't be in the next league, it'll be different. There's definitely going to be a bit of a hangover as far as amount of item drops goes. Like it'll feel like a lot less than it was in the last league due to all the wisps. But in any case, especially the last league, yeah, there are for sure too many items. So my suspicion is that this won't be a particular problem. But I guess like people want things, like if it really got to the point where we like it felt really necessary, I guess I would start to feel maybe that could be okay. But at this point I really don't want to have to do like auto stashing and auto pickup and these kind of features. I don't love them.
Okay, fair enough. I guess as I said also earlier, and you confirmed, like, there's less loot, there's less stuff to do, but less stuff to pick up, and
less stuff to pick up for sure.
How is the inventory space though? Like, I haven't actually seen like the previews. Like, is that something that you want? It's the same as it is in. It's the same, and it's like okay, so you have like roughly the same size of items that you can pick up. Okay.
Yep. Pretty much no changes there.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah. One topic that
just as a thing, by the way, like, because what I suspect you're getting at there is like, are we going to move to one slot items like a lot of other games have? And that's a thing that I really hate, just by the way. Like, one slot items, I just like they seem super ultra lame to me. And it literally just comes down to one of those game feel things of like, I want like the art to like reflect the size of the actual item, and like, making an armor cool, like part of that is having a big icon for it versus like a small one, and it's just things like that, right? Like, it's just one of those things that I am personally a fan of the inventory Tetris, even though I know some people maybe not. Maybe
I mean, myself included, actually. Like, I also, I like the more like realistic feel, I guess, the more RPG feel that you get from that, so to say. Yep. So that's definitely important, I feel. So that's cool. Okay. I think you talked about loot filters in an interview as well, but I wasn't really 100% sure about the conclusions there. So we're not going to see any in-game loot filters. Is that correct?
I mean, we have in-game loot filters in the sense that the game interprets the loot file and parse it, just like in PoE 1. Like, it's there. It's just that what we don't have is the, like, what some people were asking for is like an in-game interface for customizing it.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Which I was kind of the opinion that, like, that a website can probably just do better. I don't really, and it's also like, if the game is like got a UI for customizing loot filters in game, it kind of feels like you're saying that the game is telling you, well, you should have a loot filter, which I'm really hoping is not the case. I mean, people want them and they can use them and we're fine to support them, but I don't think that it necessarily should be the case that the game is like, okay, yeah, you're going to need a loot filter to play this thing. It's not something that I believe should be necessary if we're doing our job correctly.
I think that's a very optimistic outlook, but
it might be.
Okay.
But I'm still of the opinion though, like, it's better for me to provide an interface, and then like for something like this, which is so like, if you're talking about something where the players want to really customize something, like if you're talking about player customization, I actually think the players do a better job of creating interfaces for that stuff than we would. I mean, which isn't to say we couldn't just make an in-game interface that's worse than what the community would make, which we could do, but it's like, well, why, right? The community have made good stuff already. Like, I know that it's good. They might as well just use the stuff that's good that they have. So I guess I don't really understand the desire to put it in game versus having, the good tools that the community have already.
Yeah, fair enough. But I feel like you have the option to, like, because you are making the game, and also, you would make the loot filter in that case. Let's assume that.
I guess the question is the vision, therefore, has to be that someone believes that we could do a better job than what other people could do. And I actually don't know that I agree with that.
Now, my point would be, my point would be that it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be like, there's 2,000 different sliders that you can do on filter plate or something. It's like very, very in depth. And I think that's not necessarily necessary for most people playing the game. if you can just do like some basic adjustments, okay, you know, like there's like certain like filter levels, for example, and then you maybe like, you know, customize a bit. Okay, I want to see those base types. I want to see those currencies more, those less. You know, there could be like a path forward, you know, for like a simplistic system that is like easy to use instead of like filter blade that is like, okay, some, you know, content creators make the filter for you and, you know, that's it, and because they know how to do it, you know.
Your concern there is that the community tools are too complicated?
Yes.
Right, okay, I understand. I think that they're I mean, I don't actually know for sure that, but I sort of suspect that there are other community tools that are simpler. But yeah, admittedly, like the one that people are going to get pushed towards will tend to be the one that the community rallies around as being the most fully featured, I suppose. So you kind of end up with that situation. I just like what I do find a little bit weird in games is when you have a thing where it's like, oh yeah, you could use this official thing, but that's kind of crappy and the community have a better one and that's the one you should really be using. And it's kind of like, well, why did we even bother, you know? Like, why would we bother making something that the community is immediately going to be like, well, there's a better one over here? And so, you know, it just kind of strikes me as like, I could be doing stuff that the community can't be doing. So we should probably focus on those things and let the community do the things that they can do. I guess that's kind of my feeling around that stuff, which is maybe a little bit unconventional as far as game companies go. But I don't know. I guess it's just kind of how I feel about it. And I've said similar things before about like, you know, things like the trade side and so on. We did end up making one of those and there were good reasons for that. But it's like, I guess a lot of people seem to have a desire to push things always into the game client and rather than out of it. And I guess that I don't necessarily see this as a necessary barrier. Like, it is okay to have things that are outside the game client. Like, if you're on a PC, it's a multitasking operating system, right? Like, you've probably got another freaking monitor sitting next to the one that you're working on right now. You know, it's probably fine. It's probably better even to have another window that has like the whatever other thing it is you want to do that's some kind of tooling around that stuff outside of that. It's like it would be my preferred interface. So why would I not support that? You know what I mean? And like I worry that when you've got a desire to put something in game as opposed to outside of it, that's more a desire around you think that other people might find this better rather than something that you would actually prefer yourself. And so that's kind of where I come down to with this stuff. And I mean, like there's things like wikis and stuff like that as well, where it's like people will say, oh, you know, you should put the wiki in game so that people can access it there. And I'm kind of like, well, yeah, but isn't a web browser a better way to browse a wiki? Like, it's got all the features that, you know, like a web browser actually is a nicer experience for doing that stuff. So it's like one of the things. I mean, as I said, like, people will disagree about this, but I really do feel like that, you know, you are better off with another window open, you're clicking around in a wiki if you want that kind of extensive information.
I mean, I can see your point about, you know, a browser is better and like the wiki may be more rich and, you know, easier to navigate. But I mean, I think you might be underestimating how many people are actually annoyed by this. And
right,
also
maybe I am.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what's this? I guess I still don't understand the source of the annoyance. Like, what's the core of the issue that they're actually looking at here? Because I mean, I legitimately want to understand it. Like, what do you find annoying about having to open the wiki as opposed to having the wiki in the game? Like, what about that experience is different for you?
I guess the number one point that would come to my mind would be the immersion. Like, you break the immersion, you break the flow of the game.
So some kind of immersion breaking?
And, you know,
okay, well,
like,
I mean, look,
you go out of the game and so on, right? So this would be number one.
But the thing is, does a wiki feel more immersion? Does an in-game client wiki feel less immersion breaking than an out-of-game client one in that regard? Like, does that actually fix that problem? Like, this is a goal that I do care about, right? Like, immersion breaking. So, like, let me tell you something about something that I do like, though. Like, you know, the system that Baldur's Gate 3 has, where you can like lock a pop-up and like see more information about an individual mechanic like that. That I think is an example of a really good system in a game where like I think like being able to see a mechanic quickly, like just the base of how it works in game, I think that's good, and we're going to have something like that. But I think that like the kind of wiki page where it's like, okay, here's like the millionth degree of how Ignite works, and like here's every unique that's relevant to Ignite, and like all of that kind of stuff, you know, like I think that that's where I'm kind of like, I don't know that opening that in the game client versus opening that in an external browser is necessarily changing anything about your immersion, you know?
It depends a bit on like what you're going to put in that wiki as well. Of course, you know,
for sure.
I wouldn't expect like a full list of like every single unique that works with Ignite here or something like that. So this is something that is, you know, a community resource, clearly. Right. You know, this is like more like guide territory. But for example, like just how does Ignite work? You know, how does
I agree, and I actually do agree with that. I actually do agree with that, and we are going to have a system for helping users with that kind of stuff, right? Like if an item mentions Ignite, you're going to be able to. There's a way to pop open a little box about what Ignite is and how it works. Like we are going to do that. But as I said, like I think that is fine and good, right? Like there are reasons to integrate something like that, but I wouldn't quite say that it extends to the degree that I would call that a wiki as such, because it's more about like tooltips about how individual mechanics work. And what it allows us especially to get rid of, which I don't like, is the way that when you there's quite a lot of extra. Okay, couple of things actually. There are some stats that are described like ultra annoyingly long in ways that make items look bad, and I would rather have the ability to pop open an extra box to explain how a stat works rather than have to have it inline in the stat in some cases, especially for fixed properties of those stats that are kind of the same. Like it's nice to just like give something a simple description and then be able to pop open like extra information in another box about that. And there's also some cases we've got like gray help text which only pops open when you press the modifier key to show extra information. And once again, it would be nicer rather than showing that in the item box to be able to show that like, you know, in a pop-up that you can open selectively, like with like a link there. Like this is kind of stuff I like to be able to do. So there's definitely going to be a lot more help in game in that respect, in that way. But yeah, as I said, I don't know that I would say that extends to a full wiki as such. So yeah,
fair enough. I think like even like having like more advanced tooltips that you can open up or like, you know, press a key for that, you know, already explain you these kind of things would also be extremely helpful already. And then you maybe don't need exactly this kind of like in-game wiki that I talked about. Right. And of course there will be community resources anyway. But as long as like, you know, a player can like, you know, load up Path of Exile 2 and then just start blasting, and they're gonna, you know, they're gonna be guided through the game enough by the game itself so that you can actually like, you know, figure stuff out. That is important, I think.
That is important, and I also would say that I would want to make sure that there aren't any mechanics that the game completely doesn't explain anywhere. Like, I do agree that you want every mechanic, like, okay, we don't need to explain interactions or like the fact that other things exist, but I don't want it to be the case that like, you know, here is just a thing that you would have to open a wiki to be able to find out at all, right? Like there should be a thing that explains the basic information about how Energy Shield works. Like what is the base recharge delay of Energy Shield? There should be somewhere that says that, you know, like things like that. And so yes, I agree that stuff needs to be in the game, right? It has to be stuff like that. Yes. But at the same time, anything where it's like collation, I guess that's a different story for me, where it's like a larger like here's like, and especially like something where it's like, here are the repercussions of the way this works. I don't know that we should be in the business of explaining that either. Like, as in, like, because Ignite, like, okay, we can explain, here's how Ignite works, but we don't want to be like, because Ignite works this way, here are some other things that are going to work well with it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we should be going that
yeah,
far.
no, it doesn't have to be really that way at all. This is something for the player to figure out, you know? This is something where,
for sure.
You know, this is the fun of making a build, right?
Yeah. Or to Google it, that's fine too.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Or come to like a guide website or something, right? So this also works.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, it sounds nice, and I'm really excited to see how this is actually going to look in game with the especially advanced tooltips and so on.
Sure.
So I think that can work out really well if you do a good job at that.
Right.
So let's hope.
Well, out of interest, how did you feel about the bottle?
Sorry, how do you feel about it? I think we had a lag here.
Sorry. I was going to say, out of interest, how did you feel about the Baldur's Gate 3 system? As
I've
played that.
I've actually not played. I've like seen a bit of Baldur's Gate, but I have not played it. But
fair enough. Yeah, all good.
I get what you mean. So you know, I think that if you do it the way that I imagine, it will be fine. So
sure, all good.
Okay. There was one other point that actually came up in chat, which is nearby. So would you actually consider giving us a more clear way of like, you know, showing the radius in game, for example, like through those extra tooltips? Like, you know, imagine you hold down a button and you actually see like a circle around yourself that it has like a little, you know, marker that, okay, this is this effect or something. I think that would be something very much appreciated.
I hadn't considered that exactly, but it is an interesting idea, so I'll bring it up with our UX guys. I certainly wouldn't want it to be something you could just show all the time, because that sort of feels a bit annoying to me. But I do sort of understand that you might want to be able to see some information about that kind of stuff. So I'll have a think about that, and it sounds like something interesting to me. So yeah, we'll discuss that.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I think that would be very much appreciated. I know that PoE1 has done a change, and like most things are like actually in numbers now, so it's just like meters or something. But that
Yes,
doesn't
we.
necessarily tell anyone anything if you don't know how far is a meter in game, right, or something. So
I guess so. I mean, I guess the hope there was at least gives you a sense of like broadly, like in a kind of relatively familiar unit, like what kind of I mean, people are approximately 1.8 meters tall, right? Like you kind of have like a vague feeling of like in game what sort of that is. But I do agree that being able to have some visualization for that might be kind of ususul. Yeah, I'll think about how that could potentially work. It is interesting to me.
okay, cool. All right. Just another small topic that I have is WSD movement. So you announced that, and like that looked really cool also in the mercenary preview. I really like that. And actually now having played with it in Diablo 4, because they actually just introduced that into the game there as well, I'm really a big WSD enjoyer. Now I don't do it all the time and so on, but it's definitely nice. So I wanted to ask about it.
Yeah. I myself am now a WASD convert. I'm all my gameplay at the moment is WASD as well. So yeah, I'm a fan. It's good.
Yes, but you can basically only move like in 8 directions, right? So you're not gonna have like any. Okay, so you're gonna have like up, down, left, right, and like the combinations. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you use a controller, of course, you can move in any direction. But for the WSD, yep, it's 8 directions. I haven't found that personally to be a limitation. But just sort of feels natural.
Okay.
But
and you also intend that people can do this with melee characters, melee weapons,
yeah,
not just like range.
Absolutely. Yeah, as I said, I'm all my gameplay right now is that I like it. I prefer it, in fact.
Okay. Then I have a follow-up question there, and that is also like, will you be able to like move your character while like interacting with the interface, like your skill tree, your inventory, and all these kind of things?
So we actually discussed this, and for a moment there, we were kind of like, it's a bit of a shame that what it will mean is that all race events you have to be a WSD player to be a racer if we make it so you can do that. And then I was kind of like, okay, but I guess that's just how we have to accept, because it would be annoying to not have the ability to do your inventory while you're moving. So yes, you can use it and manipulate your inventory while you're walking around with WASD, and that's just kind of life. And I suppose the racers will just have to live with that, because yes, that's straight up an advantage for them to be using WASD to be able to move at the same time as manipulating their inventory. But yeah, like not having that would kind of be like spiting the whole player base just for the few people who are racing. Therefore, we just decided, it has to be that way.
Well, as a racer myself, I actually very much enjoy doing that while racing, because it kind of makes me feel like there is no downtime. I don't actually have to like stand there and like look at my items and stuff. So that's actually really cool. Like I was really hoping to do that, to be honest.
Right.
So yeah. Let's see what TIE Killer can do with that information.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. I want to talk about crafting. So this is another big topic, and obviously like very much ingrained in Path of Exile. Basically all the currencies are crafting currencies and so on. And we do know that chaos always change and all that. But I want to ask about like the more general idea, like what is your vision for how people interact with crafting? Like how often are you gonna do that? Or what's the gameplay loop? Like are you gonna just every once in a while pick up an item, try your luck with a chaos, and then maybe something else? And like how's that gonna go?
Yes, I want you to be crafting a lot, much more than you are in Path of Exile 1. And I've discussed the chaos change, and I'm pretty sure I've discussed the implications of it as well. But effectively, like it should be a common situation where you pick up an item, or you pick up a rare, you're like, oh, this is close. Let me just try a chaos orb on it, see whether it improves it. Oh, it didn't. Oh well, throw it away. Then pick up another thing later. Like this is the kind of interaction that I want people to be having. So they're often engaging with that stuff, and that kind of thing. Like the other thing as well is that Path of Exile 1 has obviously got like a crazy amount of different crafting systems, and we do embrace that stuff. For Path of Exile 2, I am sure it will get to that point as well. But at the start, the plan is to kind of limit how many of those existing crafting systems can interact with as many of the other systems. How am I going to put this? Right, so like for example, and this isn't an exact match, but like let's say, for example, that we had like beast crafting from the Einhar system. For example, what we might do, and this is once again not a decision we actually did, but what we might do, for example, is be like, oh, that system only works on armors, and so therefore this is limited. We have a certain options in that system that we don't necessarily have as many options as we had before. We've got certain options. It's limited to body armors, for example, or whatever. And then now it's kind of like this system is in scope when you're thinking about how to do my body armor, but that system is not in scope when you're thinking about how do I make a weapon. And so by effectively taking some of those systems and limiting the scope of where they are, or maybe certain mods can only be done by certain systems and things like that. And what that effectively means is that there's still a variety of interesting stuff. It's cool to have I suddenly need to engage with this other system, and I'm kind of interested to do that. But I think limiting the scope so that you don't get such a combinatorial explosion of how many different systems interact with a given item slot can be kind of important. And so that is a way to kind of still allow us to have a lot of systems without necessarily having each individual item slot choice be quite as impacted by it. That's the kind of that's the kind of thing I like. But I do actually like having a variety of different interesting systems that can interact in interesting ways. I find that personally quite compelling. Not every player necessarily needs to know about every single one of them, but it's kind of cool when you I think it gives you a reason to be suddenly I find myself needing to engage with this crafting system I never had to engage with before, and that means I need to do this content I never bothered to engage with before, and that kind of thing kind of is interesting. It just kind of makes you give a little bit of a moment of here's the thing I never really explored before. I'm gonna give that a shot now in order to be able to engage with this. And so I find that stuff quite interesting, personally. That's kind of that's kind of why I like it.
Yeah, I guess my concern here would be that I think Path of Exile 1 crafting right now is relatively infrequent. You have problems with fixing your resistances and all these kind of things, and also most of the crafting processes you do are mostly higher end projects, and you don't really for example
the reason why that is because of Chaos Orb. And a couple of things around that, right? Effectively, the base type, once you've got a white base of a given thing, that's the only white base you ever need. So the existence of scouring and the way Chaos Orb works and all of that base currency stuff effectively means that the only crafting projects you can have are high-end ones. But the moment that it isn't like that, the moment that you have the system working like how we have it in PoE 2, all those other crafting systems become something that you would use more frequently because of the little thing where you try a little upgrade, try doing this system on this, you find something it becomes a thing that's more reasonable,
Okay, in terms of the gameplay loop, I guess the idea here is that you way more often do way smaller crafting projects and just brick your item and go again. And this is kind of the idea here.
Yep, but there's still going to be crazy high-end crafting projects as well, right? We don't want to lower the top end. We just want to drastically improve the bottom end. Bring the floor down a lot to where you'll be able to actually craft something much more often. So I do want players to engage with that stuff, and it also means that the currency actually gets sunk for its intended purpose if people are actually doing it all the time, which I think is a nice one.
And I think that the new Chaos Orb, so for the audience, if you don't know, it's -1 affix, +1 affix. Yes. I think that's a really cool addition to the game. And do you generally want to try to load this high frequency spamming full RNG until you get the right thing?
So there are actually no currency orbs. There are no currency items in Path of Exile 2 that would incentivize that, right? There are certainly things you want to use repeatedly, like Chaos Orb, but you wouldn't just spam Chaos Orb, right? It doesn't do anything. It's not useful, right? You need to appreciate the result after each time, and you're not just I need this one thing. It's you're modifying the item and you're going to break it eventually if you just keep on using it. So effectively, in fact, all currency items have gone this way where there's nothing you need to spam anymore in PoE 2. And that wasn't we're going to remove this. This wasn't necessarily a design goal initially. But then when we were nearly there, we realized, hey, there's just a couple of other 1 or 2 changes we can make, and now there's nothing. And so now it's every currency craft will be meaningful in some way. There's not just use this thing again and again.
But how do you think that's going to impact, for example, map rolling or something, where you try to avoid certain map mods? I guess the map mod system in general will change a little bit, but there's still craftable items as far as I understand, right?
So Chaos Orbs working how they do, you're much less likely to want to craft a map that way unless that map was really, really meaningful and important. I suspect you're more likely to be if there's a map that it has a mod I can't deal with, that you're more likely to just get a different map. That's probably more likely, because I think the Chaos Orb will probably be a little bit too valuable to throw away to just reroll randomly like that. Well, I guess we'll see, though. You never really quite know. So you're going to be wanting to use transmutes and alks on your maps, certainly. I'm less confident that you're going to be wanting to like reroll, like to chaos reroll them. So there has been some discussion about whether we want map-specific currency, but I don't know that I really want to do that. I sort of prefer not to if we don't have to. I suspect that's the kind of thing where we'll see how the economy shakes out and how the balance shakes out in the beta, because it's a little bit hard to actually assess the true value. So there's things like we have to worry about when we're talking about map crafting of like, okay, you have to make it so that crafting a map is more valuable than not crafting it, which means to say that like when you add mods to a map, it has to be that the result of what you like the value you get out of the map back has to be bigger than the value you put into the map, right? But then you don't want it to be so much higher that like like you still want it to be a possibility that you'd want to run lower ones as well in some cases. Like there's just sort of various considerations we have to do around that. So that stuff is actually quite hard to get right in absence of an economy, because you don't really know the true value of something absent an economy. So therefore, like we can try and make our estimates about like what we imagine that's going to be, but it's going to require fine tuning in actual test. Yeah, like effectively we can only test like the SSF variant of how that is, rather than the like the non-SSF economy.
I have one other question related to crafting, which is you mentioned that basically all of the currency orbs are set up in a way that you don't want to spend them, but what about like non-currency? Sorry?
So that you do want to spend them, right?
No, spam. Sorry, I mean spam over and over, like I'll spam or what chaos. Yeah. So what about like non-currency like crafting? Is that going to be a thing? Like for example, harvest crafts or like I don't know, beast crafting. I mean, we don't know exactly. Like, I don't know. Maybe like those things are coming back or not. But yeah.
Yeah, there will. So first of all, there will be a crafting bench system. We haven't talked about how it works yet, but there will be one. And there will also be other crafting systems as well, although at the start of the beta, probably less, because a lot of them come with the league content that we're porting back from PoE 1. But in general, we're not afraid to add more crafting systems. It just has to be like what I was saying before, where we're like limiting the scope of each one to be a little bit more specific to individual places. Yeah, like there will absolutely be things like that.
Okay, but like, are you planning to like design these systems in a way that you also just don't want to like spam over and over and over? Like,
yes, ideally.
Okay, so
although I don't know that a lot of them like so which ones are the real spam over and over ones?
Well, one thing that would come to my mind would be like synthesis implicits right now. Like if you start out a crafting project, it's kind of like you roll the base over and over until you get the right synthesis implicits. So this would be one of those cases.
Right, I see. Yep. Okay, understood. I guess it kind of like I don't know, without more specifics about like individual PoE2 things, a little bit hard to go into more of that. But ideally, what I do want to avoid, like I'm okay with you like repeating an action like over a longer period of time to like do things, but it's more the whole just like you sit there click until you get the thing. Like that's kind of not really as useful to me. So yeah, that's where I kind of want to try and avoid things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That was very very insightful. Thank you. I have another big topic, which is just like, I guess, more the bigger picture of the development of the game. So I was wondering, like, what kind of insights have you taken, like, directly from like other games, other RPGs? Like, a few things here and there are mentioned, and a few things are somewhat like implied, I guess. I'm not sure if you mentioned them, like, for example, like the dodge roll from... Like this very much reminds me of like Elden Ring, for example, or something like Solar games. And
I mean, dodge roll. I wouldn't say there's a very specific game it comes from.
Yeah,
it's like there's
but
dodge roll
at least
like
for me personally, it immediately reminded me. So
yeah. I mean, okay, definitely there was some influence from Elden Ring for sure, but I wouldn't say that's like, oh yeah, Elden Ring had a dodge roll, therefore we're going to take it from that specifically. It's just like that's just action games, right?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. But also like more in the ARPG genre, like more recently, let's say, for example, Diablo 4 came out. And did that in any way influence, for example, your ideas? Did you actually learn something from that? Or, for example, last Epoch with like, some of the new systems they have shown, like the crafting and last Epoch, there's like a few kind of gems out there, I feel, that might influence you.
So in general, I would say I try to take more inspiration from non-action RPGs because I find that to be a more interesting thing. And I guess that's just kind of my MO more. But that being said, what I think that the action RPGs do is they set a floor for what is like a minimum acceptable level of like functionality, I guess. And like when it comes to Last Epoch, like you just mentioned, right? Like they did all their trade stuff, and it was kind of like at that point, it's like, okay, like we've reached a point now where an ARPG can't really have the trade system that we had before. We have to do better, right? And so like that's an example of where that game influences us. It's not exactly in like, oh, they made a system, therefore we're going to rip it off. It's more like, you know, like
Yeah, it raises the bar basically, right? It's like a fresh game and it comes out with those features. Yeah.
Exactly. The minimum acceptable bar has been raised for the genre. We have to make sure we don't get left behind. And so that's where it's important to kind of respond to your competitors like that, right? And so, yeah, that's kind of where it comes from. Sometimes you'll see situations of covariant evolution where like we happen to decide something. Well, so this is the other side of the coin, by the way, is that sometimes we'll get like we'll be in a design session and we'll be like, oh, we could do this thing, and then somebody will go, oh, but this other game does that, and I'm always kind of like, well, okay, but we can't let the fact another game did this be a reason to not do it. Like, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you get that situation where people want to be different than their competitors just for the sake of being different, and I think that's also a trap. Like if something is good for our game, then we should do it regardless of whether a competitor does it or not, if you know what I mean. And so like sometimes that's a situation that can be another sort of a weirdly opposite trap to fall into for some people, I think. Yeah, you got to be careful of that too. But at the end of the day, like as I said, it's more about raising the bar than about being like, hey, let's copy this thing. So to me, that's how I look at things.
Okay. Yeah, I remember like a very, very long time ago. I think this was on the original first announcement of Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon. I'm not sure exactly who said it and when, but there was like this talk about, okay, we made the PoE 2, or we are developing PoE 2 because the Diablo 4 is coming. I think there was something along those lines.
I'm not sure who said that. For all we know, it might have been me, though I hope not, because I don't really think that really gets to the heart of it. I mean, when it comes right down to it, like years ago, and like this is going to sound extremely mercenary, but like we look at our curve of players, and like the rate of increase started to decline, if you know what I mean, right? And it's like at the end of the day, most games have some kind of ballistic trajectory of popularity. Like as it turns out, I think we're kind of mostly sort of plateauing-ish in terms of like popularity of PoE 1. But you can just see at some point, hey, like at some point we're not going to be able to get new players very much anymore. Like that's going to be hard. And at the time, because this was back when we were going to do PoE 1 versus 2, like the reasoning behind that is, oh, well, the start of the game looks really old now, and of course it does. So at the time we started the PoE 2 project, it was very much like we need another campaign that's new, so that new players can come into the game and get a AAA looking experience, and then we'll evolve the game to make sure that that's the case. So that was basically the decision. There is basically like if we're plateauing, we need to find a way so that we can continue to succeed and be good. And also, of course, like if you're plateauing, there's the worry that you might be declining at some point, and we certainly don't want to get into that situation. So we basically made the decision, we have to make sure that we're part of the next generation. And I think that next generation talk is maybe where it comes down to the kind of like D4 comparison there, where it's like we need to make sure that we are part of like have an answer to the next generation of action RPGs.
Yeah, I guess it goes a bit back to like what we just discussed as well, right? With like, okay, now RPGs are coming out, they have these kind of features, people expect this kind of thing,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you there,
and eventually we did get to the point where we realized that we couldn't make it as a thing that was one game. We had to make it into a sequel instead. But effectively, like it's ultimately in response to if we want to be able to keep growing our player base, we need to or at the very least not shrinking it. We need to have a way to to have modern looking stuff, to raise the bar, to make things better, to innovate more. That's why we had to start this project.
Okay, that's very interesting. Since I'm mostly a Diablo guy right now, I'm definitely gonna also blast PoE 2 and stuff. I'm very much looking forward to that. But at least for now, I'm focusing on D4. And a lot of my viewers probably also wonder, like, how does PoE 2 compare to D4 in your eyes? Like, where do you see like maybe some overlap, especially like for the player base? Like, how would you think people would actually appreciate both games at the same time, for example? Or like, I
mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how inflammatory I want to go here, but effectively, I mean, look. Obviously, I think the game I'm working on is better than the game someone else works on, right? Like that should be that should be the case. But
okay, I'm with you on that. I can understand.
But at the same time, I mean, look, I think for me the big difference is in the way the combat feels. I mean, look, there are other things as well. I mean, there's like to do with. I mean, I feel like we're more willing to embrace complexity in certain ways and things like that. But the big one for me is combat, and I really want Path of Exile 2 to just feel like an action game, right? Like it's got action game chops. Like, you know, you can play it like you would imagine the combat of like a single player game that was an action game being, you know what I mean? Like that, you should be able to play it that way. And so I've said this before, but I feel like they just went in a slightly more MMO-y direction, which is not personally the kind of combat that I like. I mean, not all the way, right? There's still an action game ultimately, but it's like, you know, more cooldown heavy and this kind of stuff. Like they just have a bit of a different take on the way that you design for the player skills side of things. But also, I think you see that a little bit in the boss design and so on as well. Like it's a little bit more like that. We're trying to do a bit more of a, you know, just as I said, just more of that kind of like pure action game style as far as the actual combat goes. And then, you know, the other big difference is, of course, just the differences that it's always been with our game, where like we embrace like the ridiculous amount of depth that you get when you add all these kind of like kind of interesting tools to the player and this kind of thing. So that's kind of the main big difference. But I also think it's a little bit different in the sense that maybe people from the D4 team would disagree with this a little bit, but I think that we've got a more of a like live service type route as far as like we know how to maintain a game in the long term quite well, I think. I know that, I mean, D4 obviously is trying to go for the same thing, but I still think that it's just a little bit different. I think that like the way that they approach that stuff. So, you know, I like to think that we're a little bit, just as I said, just handle that side of things a little bit differently than they do, and that's another bit of a difference there as well.
Okay.
I guess it speaks to the game exactly in the same way because it's more about the development of the game rather than the actual game itself. But it's a different philosophy, I think, a little bit.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. In general, PoE, I believe, I guess it goes a bit like in the same direction for like, you know, comparison between like, for example, D4 and PoE. But in general, like I feel like PoE is more of like a solo player centric game than, for example, the Diablo titles. And are you planning to change that maybe, or like, you know, make it more group friendly? Yeah, I
don't know that I would say that was intentional particularly.
That's not what I'm saying, but I feel like this is how it developed at least. Yeah.
Potentially. I mean, look, so one thing that except that there was one very specific pillar at our game studio, which I don't know that they have on Diablo, although I can't say for sure, which is that in our opinion, all content should be able to be played solo. As opposed to, I know they have some content that you can't play solo, right? They've got the those big world raids or something like that. I can't remember what they're called, but I mean, they've got those things, right? So our feeling has always been that all content should be able to be played solo. And I guess like that does lead to a situation where like it is obviously solo friendly. It has to be for that situation, right? But that can just mean that like my hope is that it's neither multiplayer nor solo friendly. Like if you want to play multiplayer, that you play multiplayer and you get just as much like you get just as much benefit as you would from that as you would from playing solo. So like if that's off a bit, then that's like a thing that we want to fix, if you know what I mean, rather than like a design philosophy as such. Like we want the decision to be playing multiplayer or not to be more about what you want to do rather than being about like what has more advantage for doing it. So if PoE 1 has more advantage for playing solo, then that is kind of not quite right either. Like it should, as I said, be ideally completely balanced to be the same as far as rewardingness and like reasons to do stuff. So, you know, like playing multiplayer is more about the fun of the moment of the action, it shouldn't be about like, because I can get these rewards I couldn't otherwise get, if you know what I mean. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling.
I didn't mean to say that you know, like it's like either more solo or group player friendly. I mean, there are obviously like group strategies in PoE 1 right now that are like, you know, completely busted, and you know, we have Empyrean and all that, right?
Yes, well.
But solo players also have like, you know, we have people that find their 20 mirrors in Affliction League and, you know, alone.
Sure.
So there's definitely like, you know, both sides available, and that's really cool.
Right.
And the question would be maybe, are you planning to maybe expand the group, like the social tools in some way?
Well, I'm curious. What tools do you want, really? So, like, what do you want?
Well, I mean, one common request, for example, here, like when I play Diablo 4, is people want a group finder, you know, of some sort. We can like say, okay, I want to do this and that, and you know, I'm looking for people. And you know, okay, I guess in Diablo 4 there's like more of a reason to group up sometimes, whereas PoE.
people forget the notice board in town all the time.
Yeah, I didn't forget
Like, there's
it, but
actually
I
a
was
thing.
going
We
to talk
actually have
about it,
that.
yes. But
Yeah,
I can't say I've ever used it, So that's
Right.
it's
Look, that just
like
means that
there
it's a
is this
failed
notice
system, right?
board, and
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's some people in chat that would actually like say, okay, they have great experience with that. But personally, I've never heard of anyone using that. I've never heard of
I agree.
anyone
It's not
caring
commonly
about
used.
it.
Right. It's honestly something that we haven't thought. I've not put any thought about for a long time. I just when you mentioned it, I'm like, oh yeah, we do have that notice board thing. Um, like, look, there might be some improvements we can make around that. I'm not like against that kind of thing. The question is like, what do you? Okay, when you're looking to find a group, why are you looking to do it? Are you looking to find a group because you're looking to be able to do some content you couldn't otherwise do, or are you looking to find a group because you want to make some friends? And I think that how the gaming ecosystem has evolved, that like find a friend element has kind of moved off to third party platforms like Discord and stuff like that more. And so it's a bit hard to compete, honestly, in the like find a person to play a game with, like to make a friend kind of like I guess area with some of those other tools. So like because of our philosophy of you don't need to play multiplayer to be able to do stuff like because the balance is the same, I guess I'd say is the only reason to want to find a group is because you want to make friends and actually enjoy playing with them. And so then there's the question of what would we want to do in the game to promote that, and like should we be doing that? I mean this is a question. I mean I'm curious what your thoughts on about that. Should we try to promote making a friend within the game?
That's very difficult to answer for me as well, to be
Sure, it
honest.
is. Yeah, no, absolutely.
I
Yeah, it
mean,
is, right? But this is what it comes down to. This is the question, right? Like, if you want to have social features for that purpose, like if we're not saying that you should play with people because it's advantage, and what we're saying is you should play with people because they're your friends, then yeah, like that's kind of leads you down to where the sort of the answer you end up with is,
I
right?
guess one thing that is like somewhat difficult to do in terms of like playing together is just like trying to either find synergies between builds right now. Like
Right.
either you have like aura bots, for example, and
Right.
you know, like okay, this aura bot just groups up with whatever, maybe switches out a few things,
Well,
and they're good to go. But
PoE
otherwise, sorry.
PoE 2 has a lot more synergy between stuff, for sure. And a lot of that is because there's a lot more synergy between skills now. And a lot of that synergy has no reason not to work across players. So, like, in general, like, okay, so, I mean, there's tons of things I could talk about that aren't announced, but okay, in terms of one that you've seen, right, there's this volcano skill, right? And any slam will trigger the volcano to emit extra projectiles. And of course, that just works with any slam nearby. It doesn't depend on one particular player doing it, because that's what makes sense. It makes sense that any player can do it. So suddenly, like if you've got a druid and a warrior together, they can, do a lot better. So there is cross-build synergy, like not even necessarily because we're like, hey, we want to specifically promote it, but just because of the fact that it makes physical sense for there to be in the case of what we're doing in PoE 2. So yeah, there'll be a lot more of that. In fact, I'm a bit worried there might be too much cross-build synergy, and then we'll be back in a situation where there's too much advantage for multiplayer again, which could be a concern. I mean, obviously that's all fixable. We do things, but effectively there will definitely be cross-build synergy in PoE 2, like much more than there is in PoE 1.
Oh, that's actually very cool. So, that's kind of like the other thing I wanted to get at is like, if I just randomly group up with my friend and, okay, they play their own build, I play my build, sometimes, we share like map completion or something, but I never really felt like I had like a great experience just like randomly grouping up with someone because of like, vast difference in power levels between like builds, or like, like they were very further progress or I was further progress. And it's just like, it didn't really like add up most of the time unless you actually tried, very hard to make it happen. So this is definitely a concern that I want to have here for like social play.
Right.
And I guess another thing that would be very interesting to have is like, let's say LFG feature, like one problem that to be solved is, I guess, any type of carries and, for example, 5-way rotas or something, these kind of things. People use Discords for this right now, like they go like on trade and all that stuff. But I guess that there could be an in-game solution for that as well through like, for example, the LFG tool.
We discussed recently, actually, whether or not we wanted a system to allow for that in game. Like the concept of like someone suggested a system where it was like, oh, you can put like a bounty on doing a boss kill with me, and then they give you currency if they do that with you, and this kind of thing. But I'm actually kind of not really for it. And the reason why is because I don't want the game to kind of be promoting the idea that you're not supposed to be able to defeat content yourself. Like if we have the ability to kind of do a secure in-game carrying, I worry that then that becomes like kind of like the game telling you that it's fine to just be carried through the game, which I guess like, I mean, you obviously can never stop it, right? On some level, right? Like people are going to be able to do that kind of thing. Although we can, there are things you can tweak to kind of to not encourage it a little bit at least. But at the same time, like, I just don't think the game should be saying like, okay, yeah, here's the thing you should be doing. So we sort of did actually discuss this issue recently, and we kind of decided like, I don't think we actually want to really make an in-game solution for that exactly. That being said, I mean, the current tool you have, like, you can just kind of, once again, nobody's really using it, but you could theoretically just like make a group called like, hey, can you help me defeat this boss? And then someone might do that. But yeah, that's kind of the most we have in game for that now.
Okay. All right, we're pretty far into the interview already. So I have one more big topic, and afterwards I would like to open up for chat questions. So there were like some things I picked up here and there already, but I just want to tell chat to kind of like, get ready with your questions. I'm going to be trying to keep an eye on it while we discuss the last topic, and then we're going to have a bit of stuff from chat. All right, so my last big topic is build design and balance. So in general, we've seen that PoE 2 builds seem to be way more complicated than typical PoE 1 builds, at least from my perspective. Like, you have like combos, you break armor, you shoot the grenades, you blow them up, this kind of stuff. So
well, I want to just address that slightly. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would say that they're more complicated than PoE 1.
I'm talking about the gameplay, not about the build making.
I would exactly. That's what I would say, that they require more you to do more things.
Yes.
But in terms of complexity, the PoE 1 builds are not exactly simple either, right? Like there's quite a lot going on there. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. I'm talking about the gameplay. Sorry, I didn't clarify this.
For sure. Yep. So go on. Like so. I guess
the question here is for me, like, is this your intended way to play for like, basically everything? Do you want people to have to do those, multiple combos? Is this like really built in and ingrained into those different skill gems and the passive tree? And what about more simplistic builds, for example? Can I make like a, one button, just like tornado shot or something and just blast through the maps and it's going to be actually effective?
Okay, so I guess this is right. So first of all, I want at all times everything to be possible, right? That's always generally our motto, is anything is possible, but it just comes down to costing, right? And the cost generally of making a one-button build is going to be that you're not quite as effective. And so I guess you could easily argue that because of the fact that a one-button build is not going to be as like efficient in terms of clear speed as a multi-button build, that therefore means that it isn't a thing you can do, right? Like that's the way the way people often look at these things is like, okay, if it's not the most efficient, then it's not viable, therefore it means it's not, like, you can't do it. So I suppose on that level, like the game is going to incentivize you to use multiple things and do some kind of comboing stuff. But that said, we also embrace automation. We've got all of the different stuff you can do with Spirit. And effectively the way that effectively gets balanced is that the more automation you want to do, the more Spirit cost it's going to cost you. And so effectively then on the tree, you're trading Spirit for damage almost certainly. Or maybe you're trading Spirit for life. I don't know, whatever trade-off you're wanting to make. But the key thing is you're sacrificing something to get that automation. And I mean, look, there'll be uniques and other things that allow you to do stuff like that as well. I mean, there's always interesting combos. Like you need like a variety of places where the pieces come from, as they do in Path of Exile 1, right? But I still want to make it the case that you are incentivized to use other skills. And the way that we do that effectively is just by making the bonuses that you can get for combining things to be quite high. Like, I guess it's a little bit hard to sort of explain, like some of this is hard to explain without actually having the feel of actually playing the game, right? Because it's like, how powerful is a one button build relative to more buttons? And it's kind of like, I guess the way I would hope the player would look at it is more like they go and they intend to be like, this is the skill I want to use and I just want to use it over and over again. And then at some point the game's like, but then they're kind of like, oh, but I could just do this and then like I get more power, so I might as well just do that in there. And it kind of doesn't feel like I'm taking away from my one button build. It just feels like, oh, and I could just do this occasionally and I'm getting extra power, so I might as well do it. And then before too long, you've added a few things like that to your build, and then hey, look, you're actually kind of doing a bunch of other stuff, if you know what I mean. Like it should never feel like oh, the game is forcing me to do it. Like if you ever feel like the game is forcing me to do this combo that I'm not finding fun, right? That's a screw up on our behalf, right? We don't want that to be the case. But at the same time, like I do want it to not just be the case that it's like, oh, I just use the skill over and over again. I never have to think ever, right? Like ideally, that's not the case, right? And sure, like you ultimately will probably be able to play like that if you play at the right, if you play at a slightly lower level of maps and you don't, and like and you're like you will just be a bit weaker, I think. And I guess it's on us to work out how much weaker that ends up being. And it's also a little bit hard to even say that, like, I can't exactly tell you, oh, you're going to be X% weaker, right? Because like it comes down a little bit to feel of once we're kind of in it. So I guess what I would say is, yeah, it's actually hard to really like to gauge it. But the guiding philosophy is that, yes, we want it so that using combos makes you more powerful. That is a thing that we want. So, I guess take from that what you will, but yeah,
Okay,
as I said, but we never want to
fair
rule
enough.
like something completely out. You know what I mean?
So this means like you're generally incentivizing, at
Generally
least a
speaking,
combo play, and
Yes.
like
generally
currently
speaking,
right
we're
now you
incentivizing that.
put your totem, you put your curse, and then you start, whacking or something.
Or at least, if not a combo, at least something where a situation will come up where you want to use something different, right? Maybe the regular clearing you're doing still only is one button, but then you see an enemy that has this property, and you're like, oh, I've got the skill to deal with that, right? Because I've got all these extra skill slots, I've got a thing where I can just do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't necessarily have to be like every single pack you've got like these 3 things you need to do, but I do think it has to be that every 5 or 6 packs there's a monster that's like, oh, I can use this skill because it's best for dealing with this problem. And like that kind of like responsive, it probably is better to look at it that way of like, I have a response for different situations that occur that I have in my build that I never had, where previously I wouldn't have had a response for that thing. Now I have a response. This thing comes up. I've got the solution to it. Yeah, that can be important.
Is there actually like the idea that, okay, like as you play through like a regular map in the end game, that you actually have like, certain different situations where, okay, like now you have this encounter and this feels like a very different encounter than, those other 5 packs I just cleared. And you have like, typical trash packs, and then like maybe like some bigger guy, and then you start using your combo. Because currently in PoE 1 gameplay, I would just like, you use a blast for everything. Okay, maybe this thing lives like 2 seconds longer, but that's it.
Yep.
So...
And there's a couple of things going on. So one thing to note is that in Path of Exile 2, the differences between monsters, even just white monsters, are much more extreme. Like, you will have white monsters that have 10 times the life of other white monsters, right? Like, this is a big tanky big dude, right? It's much, much, much more life than a just random goblin. Like, the differences in resistances between different monsters can be quite high. Like, the things like that, we've extremized a lot of the difference between different things, which means that you actually have to care more about, like, what you're fighting. And so that can mean that, yeah, you have to care about the situation quite a lot more. So it isn't the case that you're like, I've got the same exact rotation for every single pack. It's like, maybe you do earlier in the game before you've got some of the automation and so on like that. But like, it's likely to get to the point where like your standard thing for just killing trash is going to be easy to do. But then you come across a thing, I have to deal with this problem now.
Okay.
I've got a few extra skills involved. I've got a longer combo that I can do, but I don't use it on every pack, but I do use it when something's just a bit tougher, or like maybe this thing's like resistant to what I normally do, so I've got this extra thing I can throw in there. Like, it's that kind of stuff, right? Like making sure that there's options for you to do when you come across a situation.
Okay. One question also kind of related to that is like, how are players expected to kind of like find the right difficulty for them to play? Like, especially like in endgame when you have like different tiers maps. I guess there's going to be like some kind of progression system similar to now. And so
ultimately, yes, we do ideally the way difficulty works is that if you're able to do more difficult content, you get more economic benefit for doing that content, which gets you the ability to do more difficult content. So effectively, you always kind of end up at the difficulty level that you're supposed to be at, because the ability for you to kill, like to achieve things, effectively gives you an economically correct amount of wealth that gives you the correct amount of difficulty. Like, it's all supposed to be a cycle like that, and that's the fundamental thing that the map system allows for, as well as, and the way that the map system kind of interacts with other content. So that's kind of how you end up with that. The thing, of course, that we need to make sure we get in the difficulty right with that doesn't conform to that is the campaign, because the campaign doesn't have that same economic barrier. So that is a little bit harder to get exactly right, to make sure that all players can get through. But that being said, at least in the campaign, you can have like extra goals, extra objectives that give you more, like side content, things like that, like other stuff that's harder. Like that kind of stuff is I guess what you do in the campaign. But that's, yeah, I guess hopefully that sort of answers the question.
Okay, yeah. There's also something else that I wanted to ask about the 1-button builds again, which is you know, as the game progresses, I imagine we're gonna get like more and more tools available to the players. You know, maybe power creep like sets in and all that. And what are your plans in case, for example, you know, like people get so accustomed, it gets to such a high power level that one button builds are just enough for everything. Like, do we actually want to like cut back on that at some point, and say, okay, we want this combo gameplay. You know, this may be like, you know, what you do now for the start of the game, but, you know, like maybe like, you know, 5 leagues down or 10 leagues down the line, things might look very different. So how do you think this might evolve?
That is a tough question. And I honestly don't know that I can even necessarily answer it easily, because like it really... Not every single balance decision is easy to quantify down into like, you know, is this too powerful and all of that kind of stuff? Like sometimes you just have to like kind of just be like, does this feel, you know, there's just an element of, does it feel right or wrong? And look, I want combo gameplay to be a thing. I want there to be answers, but I don't necessarily know that power creep... Okay, could power creep lead to a situation where you can just destroy everything? Well, you know what? Well, okay, well, here's the thing, right? When you're level 100, which ultimately should be a lot harder to reach than it is in PoE 1, but by the point you actually are level 100, yeah, it probably is going to be the case that most content you can just one button through, right? Why wouldn't it be? But there should always be content you still need to think about and engage with, right? Like, so then I suppose the question is like, you know, does the curve get out of whack where like you get to the point where it's that easy too fast, and that can be the case. And I guess
that's kind of like the point that I was getting at.
And I guess I would want to say that you get to that we don't let that get too out of whack. PoE 1 definitely right now, I think, does have a problem with this, where it gets too easy too quickly. We went a long time without that happening, though. Like I'd say we got about like maybe 8 or 9 years into release before that really started. Yeah, before that really started kind of getting to the point where I'd say that was out of whack. Yeah, so I mean, you know, like, I mean, look, I'm not going to say.
I mean, currently we have like an extremely high power level.
Yes, I know. It's crazy.
It's not just like Affliction being like insane for MF, but yeah. So
yeah, but we did manage to stave that off for quite a while.
Yeah, and I think like for PoE 1, I guess the ship has kind of sailed at this point, right? It's just like this is how the game is going to be.
So I'm interested to talk about that. Has the ship sailed? Has it actually? I mean, there's definitely a mindset that you could argue that it has, right? Can you never bring things back? This is a question, right? Like, should we? Like, I mean, it's a very real question that comes up in the studio quite often, right? Like because you're discussing when you're talking about PoE 1 balance, which I often do discuss. You know, it's a question: has the ship sailed on PoE 1 balance, or has it? Why should the ship have sailed? Why can we not get things back into a better line again? You know, like I don't know. There's questions about that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just here. Like, what do you reckon? Like, should we rebalance PoE 1 to the point where it's more like how it was about 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, personally, I would actually enjoy that a lot because I enjoy the game more back then, to be honest.
And the sad thing is that this is the funny thing is pretty much everyone in the studio here would agree with that position, right? Like I don't think anyone here is really happy with the level of what's gone on like in the last few years there. But then the question is, okay, so the general there is a certain wisdom in like, don't rock the boat so much. I mean, you don't want to make the game unfun, right? So it always has to be like that. That's the issue, right? But the question, so there's things there, right? I guess this is a larger sort of philosophical discussion rather than like anything concrete, because it's like, you know, but it's certainly a question of, has the ship sailed for PoE 1? I don't know. Like, why should it have? Like, you know, why should it have? We should be able to still keep the game fun while still being able to get things back into what I would consider a better line. You know, yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's not really my department at this point. But
that's fine. It's an interesting thought.
What was that? Sorry.
I was just going to say it's an interesting thought, and you know, like about like, has the ship sailed? I guess.
Right.
I guess you have the opportunity to also make like a, you know, kind of like a clear distinction a bit with PoE 1 and PoE 2, right? With PoE 1 being like, you know, this like Omega Blaster, like Zoomer game, and this is just how PoE 1 is now, I guess. And then you keep that around, and then you have PoE 2 where, well, you start from like a much lower level, and, you know, maybe over time it's gonna like, you know, evolve into something more like PoE 1, but maybe not as crazy.
Right.
So at least that would kind of be like a reasonable approach from my perspective, at least.
Right. Anyway, I guess what I would say is that we did manage to save off that kind of problem for quite a while, and I believe we can do that in PoE2 for quite a while.
Okay.
Yeah, and look, why maybe we can even save it off in the long term too. I guess we'll have to see. And
Okay. I have one last question before I move on to the chat questions, and that is, what is your general like philosophy and your approach for like, let's say PoE2 comes out and there's gonna be like some insane, either bugs, exploits, invincible builds, stuff that one-shots the entire game. Like, how would you approach these kind of things? Like, when would you patch that, or how would you interfere, and what
Right.
would come out of that?
So during the beta, have to reserve the right to fix shit that will break your build.
Yeah, of course.
And
I
we'll
guess.
try to avoid it, but during the beta, we kind of have to have that right because there's going to be so much stuff that's untested. Like, we can't reasonably expect that we're going to get that exactly right. But once we're released, we have a policy, and I think it's very important, of we don't break people's builds. Like, we do occasionally emergency fix something where we don't believe that it does that, but yeah, generally speaking, the policy is don't break people's builds. We want that to serve. But obviously, if there's a dupe or something like that, obviously we get rid of that ASAP. And I would say that we've had a very good track record for fixing those kinds of exploits very quickly. Generally speaking, I'd say we're reasonably good at that. But that just comes down to paying attention stringently and making sure we're doing the right thing there. But when it comes to a build that's just OP, and if it's post-release, we kind of don't really want to screw around too much with that because, people put a lot of work in to getting to the point where they can get a character like that. They've traded for certain items, they've done certain things, and if you just go and shit on that, it's kind of that certainly doesn't feel good. So that's the kind of reason why we have to make sure we're a bit careful around that stuff. I guess sometimes you could argue there's a fine line between an exploit and a just something that's overpowered.
It can be for sure, yes. But,
I guess we just have to kind of draw the line somewhere.
I guess it's also going to be important to make sure that people don't get too accustomed to something that's too OP for too long, right?
Yes,
so this is
that is a concern.
concern.
That is a concern. Yes. And I mean, sometimes it's okay to nerf something a little bit right when it starts if no one has had an opportunity to respond to it yet, if you know what I mean. Like if something's just been found, I'm like, you know what, actually no. You do have a small window of opportunity there before anyone's actually done any work to take advantage of it, where you can kind of viably nip it in the bud. But yeah.
Yeah, but do you think that this might actually, I know that you're going to have cross progression with consoles, right? So console patches usually have a huge delay, and you have to slow down the patches probably. So that might interfere with that.
Patches of the game client, and that is to say only the executable have a delay, but patches of the data and patches of the server don't. So therefore, there's very little that we can't fix with a server side or just data patch. There might be crashes that exist that we can't fix without a client-side patch, but there really shouldn't be anything that you would call an exploit that we can't fix server-side and or with data patches to the client. So I'm not really concerned about it from that perspective. It will certainly suck if we've got a common crash that's on console and we can't fix it until we've got cert, and that will suck. But I don't think there should be anything kind of economically damaging that would be an issue if we can't patch the console client executable.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
No problem.
So that was all of the questions that I had prepared. So I'm just going to take some stuff that I saw in chat now and kind of just so it at you because I'm not as prepared for these questions. I'm not sure if you answered them before or something. So just shoot it, guys. I'm going to try to keep up. So first question I found is ultra-wide support. Can you say anything about that?
I mean, it'll work. I believe it works now for ultra-wide. I think that we do, beyond the width that an ultra-wide monitor has, I think we start to introduce black bars. So whatever the ultra-wide is, it's 29 by 7 or some freaking random thing. I don't remember what it is. But either way, we go up to the maximum width that there are monitors that support that, and then beyond that we put black bars on just to hide the pop-in and random stuff that you'll start to get if you go beyond that. So yeah, it is generally fine.
Okay. Another question is crossplay. Is that going to be a thing, or is it just cross progression? So can you actually play with someone PC and a console in the same party?
We're gonna be talking about that a little bit later.
Okay.
Yep.
Some other thing that came up, I think we were talking about LFG features and like to a group finder or something, is like a mentor system. Is that something you have considered, like where someone can like like maybe check mark like, okay, I'm willing to help people, and I can guide you through the game, and maybe play the campaign together or play the map together, and help you with the build. I don't know.
Not something that I've had on my list for sure. It's like I not something that I've considered. I guess I'd have to think a little bit about how that could work and whether or not it would be important. But it's an interesting idea. I mean, I'll think about it.
Okay. Another question I saw is trade vendor. So we talked about trade a lot, and there's going to be some NPC around it. So is that something you can, like, for example, put in your hideout? Or is it just in town?
We'll talk about that later. So I don't really want to go into more of it than that, unfortunately.
Okay. Another question is a guild system. So I actually know nothing about that. Are you changing that in some way? Is there going to be like some new features?
We don't have current plans for that, but it's one of those things that I know players are keen for some extra features for. And it's just one of those things where like, it's not like the biggest deal for us to change this right now. So we'll kind of get to it if we can. But no, probably for the start of release, I don't think there will be much different about it.
Okay.
Probably one of those extension things for later.
Then there's another big topic about respec. I know they have discussed this a lot in like other interviews already, and you're like kind of like adamant at respecing being like,
well,
somewhat
we've actually
difficult.
changed the respec. We've actually changed how the respec system in PoE2 works since those discussions.
Oh, really? Then
we
update
have.
us, please.
So the current respec system actually uses gold. So basically, it's cheaper at low levels and more expensive at high levels. And there you go.
Oh, that's actually a very interesting development here.
So there you go. Yep. So
okay, so is the idea then that like a new player or like someone starting out with a fresh character, you can actually just like way more easily respec early on? And
yep, very easy to respec in early levels because it's cheap at low levels. So yeah,
wow,
that's what we decided to change it, and that's where we ended up.
Wow, that was actually a pretty fast turnaround there as well. I think this was actually like in the last interview, right? Is this or something?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Well, look, when we have these interviews, I go and I discuss all the stuff with the team and talk about it, and like it's good for getting sentiment of people and understanding what people want, and then then we discuss it and we work it out, and yeah. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, really excited to see the specifics of that system, but I think this is a huge win. For sure, because when I was actually listening to those interviews, I was like,
right,
I'm not sure it is really the right approach. I'm quite glad to hear that. So.
Well, if they say if two people call you a horse, go get a saddle, something like that. So it's like
okay,
it's got to listen at some point, right?
Okay, but is Orb of Regret still a thing then?
Well, unsure. My impulse is
okay,
no.
I guess it might not be fully fleshed out yet.
My impulse is no, but there are some reasons to still have it, and we haven't quite fully kind of decided whether we're removing it or not. But my current impulse is no for that.
Okay, wow, interesting. All right. A lot of people are asking, when is the Witch video coming?
Yeah, okay, that took way longer than we expected. And it's because like we thought we were close, and then upon actually really playing more of it, like I'm not happy, and so we've kind of gone back a bit to like the drawing board on some certain things. And so yeah, like it ended up like not, it'll take a little bit longer, but it won't be too much longer. Yeah, it won't be too much longer. But yes, I understand. It's annoying because I thought that was close, and then it wasn't as close as I thought. So we'll get there though.
Okay.
Yep.
I had an interesting question earlier, which is about competition in games. So, PoE, especially in the early days, has been a lot about racing, and there's like, this high-end community. We just saw it in the Gauntlet, for example, and, people really enjoy that. So is there going to be like more like in-game competition, like besides just the race to 100 and like the shout-outs that people get, and is there like maybe at least plans for having more features like that?
I mean, those are pretty cool, but I agree. It would be cool to have more things that you can compete on. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to do more there. I don't know that I necessarily think there'll be anything coming in like right away, but I agree. Like, it's cool to have more of that stuff. Like, we want like, like more ladders and things like that. They're always cool. Like those kinds of things. Like first to get to things. Like I love all that stuff. So yeah, I'm a fan. I'm a fan. So yeah, I'd love to do more.
I'm very glad to hear that actually myself as well. So that's cool. One other question that I see here is about melee classes. They generally seem to be like kind of like, you know, far behind the ranged playstyles, at least in PoE1. So is that something that you're trying to like balance better in PoE2, and if so, how?
I would say that melee is definitely in a much better place than it was in PoE1, and a huge amount of the weakness in PoE1 was because it was very hard for us to like all the animation problems we had with the rigs in PoE1 just meant that it was very hard to add good melee skills. So yeah, melee's in a much better place. I've talked before about how there's like now motion, at least some motion in every melee skill. Like the overall, it's just it's a very different situation than it was in PoE1. So yeah, melee is yeah. Look, it wouldn't be unfair to say that a large part of the motivation for what's happened in PoE2 is melee improvements, right? Because like the very first thing we started with when we were wanting to redo stuff was to change the player rigs, the character rigs. And because they were so horrible to animate and none of the animators wanted to deal with them, and we pretty much feature creeped from there into a sequel. So you know, like the character rigs were the very first thing of like we need to change those. Yeah.
Okay, someone is asking, is there going to be any kind of bad luck protection system in the game for like drops or, you know, anything you can find?
Bad luck protection. Well, I don't know exactly what that would be, but
I guess the idea would be like, you know, like is every X hours, maybe like your, you know, like your chance to find like a divine orb or something goes up, or, you know, like a certain unique, like a T1 unique or something.
I can't say I have a huge amount of sympathy for this.
Like neither do I, but it was a question.
The law of large numbers should mean you get something eventually. Like you know, like I guess there's, you know, there'll be like one guy out there who's like, you know, the worst luck in the universe, and sure, his experience is going to be bad. But I guess I'm just sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay, there was another question about critical strikes. Like generally, you want to try to stack, you know, both crit chance and crit damage together. Is it going to be like the same system going forward, or is it like maybe a change where like you don't have this exponential synergy between crit chance and crit damage?
The crit system has changed. I don't think I can remember the details of how it's changed, unfortunately. Rory would know. This is an issue that we have thought about, and there are changes relating to it, but unfortunately the exact details of how it exactly works now are not coming to my mind. So it isn't the change that you just said, but there are changes relating to how crit works a bit. Yeah, I guess that's unfortunately all I can tell you about that. It's to do though with like what the stats that are available in the tree and what's available in items and where they spawn in prefixes, suffixes, and things like that. Like the stuff about that's changed. Yeah. In particular though, if I remember correctly, the design goal was that, oh god, what was it? It was like there was a problem where like the stuff that you could sorry, I can't quite remember now. So yeah, unfortunately I can't do a better answer, but yeah,
Okay.
no, there's stuff around this that has changed.
Okay, I'm very excited to see that there is a change though, so that might hopefully make it a bit more interesting than just like, you know, going all in or nothing kind of, because it's kind of how
yes,
it
I
is
think
right
that
now.
is part of the issue. That is part of the issue, yes.
Okay. There's another question about, I saw something about Awaken PoE trade macro, but I guess a more general question here would be, is like, how's your stance with like those third-party tools, for example, for, you know, pricing items, trading items, any kind of other like, you know, overlays, like we have like, for example, the betrayal overlay that people can open up as well or whatever. Is your stance changing on that in any way, or is that fine?
I don't really like it when there's third-party mods in game client. That's not my favorite. I would hope that we can ameliorate the need for those kinds of things, ideally. But it is very hard to stamp out all of those. But yeah, ideally, like, okay, I'm fine kind of with like people making websites and things for stuff and like stuff like that. That's sort of fine. I'm not so keen on like the kind of actual client modification. So yeah, ideally not, but ideally we can sort of find a way to make that stuff more like just obviate the need for it.
Okay. One question is also, can we modify the dodge roll in any way? Is that going to be a thing?
Yes, there are spirit reservations that change it, and a few other things that fiddle around with it a bit. Yes, there are some things. Yep.
Okay, so like you can go further, or you can do it like
well,
like what is the expected thing?
I mean, look, I would be highly skeptical if there wasn't a unique that did something like that. But it's not like, but I don't think it's not like there's going to be stacking like dodge roll distance or anything like that, right? That's not going to be how it is.
Okay.
So yeah.
I mean,
But there's a few things that changed it in a few interesting ways.
I think that would be a very funny thing if that was the stat, though, you know, with like, you know, Empyrean's crafting projects or so. Like, how many screens can you roll?
Right.
Okay, but all right. Another question I saw is about the mirror. Is the mirror going to be as rare as it was, or is there going to be? Is there something else that's that rare? Or
it's going to be as rare as it was. Mirror is still rare. Yes.
Okay, mirror is still rare. Okay, and it's
Yeah,
obviously still intended for like, you know, absolute high end.
Yes,
of
absolutely.
items. Okay. All right. I'm just trying to catch up on like a few last questions here, guys, before we wrap it up. So, yeah. I was just trying to see it. I was like, oh my god, the chat is moving so fast. Sorry.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people here today. About unlocking crafting recipes. Okay, you said that there's going to be more stuff coming for the crafting bench. Yeah. But can you maybe share anything about like how you unlock recipes?
I don't want to talk about the crafting bench just yet.
Okay, so nothing there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Jonathan said earlier some white mobs hit harder than others. And
Correct.
could you ask if these white mobs will get better rewards compared to the rest, like XP and items?
Yeah, they will.
Okay, so it basically just scales with the difficulty. Yeah. Okay.
That's already technically the case in PoE1 as well, by the way. It's just that the level of extremeness between monsters is not so high that people really notice, which I think is a bad thing.
Okay, and people are asking about Steam Deck support.
There should be no reason you can't play it on a Steam Deck. Yeah, like it should be fine. Yeah, I don't. As I said, it should be fine. I actually don't have a Steam Deck, which is probably something I should change so that I can actually try it out on there. But yeah, should be no reason why not.
Okay. Another question is there going to be a seamless transition between keyboard and mouse and controller if you play with both?
I mean, you can press a button and change from one to the other. But like, is there anything more seamless than that? I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you could do it without the button or something, but but okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, people are asking about skip campaign. Is that ever going to be a thing? Any kind of boosting or any kind of like? No. So campaign on every character.
Yes.
Is there maybe like something you can like, you know, unlock with your first character of a league that at least like, you know, fast forwards it a little bit, or like anything like that? Besides just like getting better gear.
The campaign's inherently easier on your second character because you've got both like better items, but also gold and, you know, all that stuff that, you know, means that you can trade for better, like you trade for stuff that's low level. There's all sorts of stuff you can do. Like the second character in a league is going to be so much faster just for all those reasons. So like you already do get an advantage there.
Okay, so it's going to be just similar to how it is now, I suppose, where it's just like, you know, you could be a 7 league step and you go kind of.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Yeah, there's like a lot of other questions that I didn't pick up now, chat, but most of them have already been answered either in this interview or in others. So I don't want to like repeat everything again, but you know, I just picked up some things that I didn't know about. So that was basically wrapping it up now.
Awesome.
I don't want to keep you forever here, Jonathan. So
I have to go grab some lunch. So
yeah, you deserve it. So thank you very much, Jonathan. So for the chat and for the audience, this is the game director of Path of Exile 2. It was a pleasure talking to you. We didn't have the pleasure yet to meet in person, but I hope that at some point we're gonna get there. And yeah, it was a very insightful interview. So thank you very much for that.
Awesome, no problem. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good day. Thank you.
You too.
All right, that was it, guys. So let me try to turn this off again. All right, here we go. I should move some stuff around and so on. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, guys. That was fun. Really cool to talk to Jonathan. It was like the first time I really had like, you know, a direct interaction with him. I mean, I knew about him, I saw him and all that, but it was cool. I hope that I covered, you know, most of the stuff that we were curious about. Here's my notes. Okay, move this over here. Yeah, that's obviously gonna go up on YouTube as well. So we're gonna have this in in the YouTube live VOD already, but we're gonna like, you know, do a separate upload for this, of course, and, you know, cut it together and stuff. But if you want to see like the full thing, it's gonna be up sometime tomorrow. Glad you enjoyed it, guys. Yeah, Jonathan is really nice dev, for sure. So was interesting, like hearing his thoughts, hearing the like, also like any other interviews that I was already listening to last time. Like, you know, he has a very good overview and a very good understanding and vision, and, you know, even if not everything will work out exactly, you know, perfect for everyone, I think, you know, the general, you know, concept and the general, like, you know, package, the full package is basically very complete, it sounds to me. So that's cool. The respec news is huge for sure. Like, I did not expect them to change their minds, at least not that rapidly on that. I was actually expecting, like, I was listening to this interview, and they were talking about respeccing, and I was also, you know, I was watching it on stream with many other people here, and everyone was just like, oh man, what the fuck. And the fact that they're basically adopting something like the D4 system of that, it sounds to me, is kind of cool. You know, with like easy respec early, it costs little, and then costs more and more. So that is actually a huge win, I think. He sounded disappointed about the respec thing. Nah, I think it just really benefits everyone. Like the blasters that have their build ready, they don't care about respeccing, and it only really benefits, you know, the more casuals and the people that make mistakes and stuff like that. And there's nothing to lose there, right? So I think that's a good turnaround there for sure. You got the respec info. Yeah, you can put that in the title as well. The big respec turnaround. Yeah, anyway. I mean, crazy speedrun strats. Yeah, for sure. I could imagine that people are actually gonna do some... I guess it depends on the access to skill gems, right? I guess you're only gonna get so many skill gems in the campaign from like these uncut gems or whatever. So they could still curb like the really speedrun like craziness. And, you know, if that is actually like a thing, then I guess people will start making guides. Okay, until level 12 you play this skill, and then you respec your entire thing, and then until level 22 you're gonna play this, and then you respec everything again, and then you respec this until 30. So that's obviously also pretty stupid, right? So I guess there would be ways to prevent that despite having easy respec, but just for example, you know, like limiting the skill gems, for example. But yeah, we'll see. Shout out Rex Antarax. Oh shit. Yeah, you're coming 2 hours and 2 minutes delayed, but thank you for the raid. Hey Rex, how's it going? We're just like doing after talk of the interview here, so this is what we just discussed here with Jonathan. Sweaty gameplay for races, man, with WSD and easy respecking. Oh man, that's gonna be wild. I can't wait. I mean, to be fair, it's not really such a problem though, especially with WSD movement. Like for racing, like for example now, like this season in D4, you know, this is exactly what I was doing. I was doing WSD movement, you know, doing my inventory stuff, doing my respecking on the fly while running to the boss. You can like do a bunch of things. I guess it depends on how cheap they make it. Yo, we learned some interesting stuff, Rax. So, interview was really fun. It's gonna be refreshing, yeah, for sure. So, exclamation mark wallpaper. This is just search synthwave wallpaper or something. I don't know what this is. Speaking of, I guess I'm gonna put on some music again and stuff. And also some alerts. I think I turned them off earlier. Let me just put it on again. So we have that. The Twitch chat, alerts. Okay, we do this here. We do this. Okay. So we have stuff again. Didn't like the take on the in-game loot filter configurator. Yeah, I was also kind of hoping that you're gonna see something like in Last Epoch where, you know, you have this in-game loot filter, and honestly, I think the Last Epoch system is really good. And it's not like as customizable as like Filter Blade, But I feel like, personally, I don't want to deal with filter blade. It's just like, it's a good thing, but it's not for me. It's just like too much, you know? Like, I just select like, okay, the strictness levels of something, and I just go with that, and I just hope that they do a good job. And in Last Epoch, I feel like I want to interact with the filtering a lot more, because I can like customize it in seconds in game. You know, I just open it up, I do like one extra rule, and done. And in Last Epoch, it just works. And I was really hoping that, you know, despite filterbed being way more like granular, they would do something like Last Epoch, and maybe like, you know, kind of like, you know, a bit more of a baseline filter system that it can use. But okay. Yeah, Ellie is really good there. We should have said that during the interview, a comparison with Ellie. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what I said, but at least that's what I had in mind. And I mean, I'm pretty sure that he's aware of, you know, Last Epoch having the in-game filter, but I'm not sure if he's actually tried it. So maybe I should have told him to actually try it out. But yeah. Should be basic, implement a filter to allow players to spend as much time to play inside the game. Yeah, I mean, in general, there's gonna be much less loot, and maybe the loot that drops without a filter at all will already be, you know, somewhat, you know, color coded and all that, right? Like right now in PoE 1, like everything just looks like some shit, you know, very tiny, you know, you don't see anything, right? But they could kind of like predefine a few of these things already, right? To be something like a filter. And on top of this, having much less loot, I think could go a long way already. It's a little frustrating for him to reason against things like a loot filter when he can't show everyone what loot swap's gonna be like. I mean, like everything I heard from people that did play it, like at Gamescom and whatever, at ExileCon, that was just very little loot, straight up. So, you know, if you pick up like, if there's like, you know, 10 or 20 items just dropping in a map, then you don't really need loot filter, right? And then a bit of currency, I guess. You're just gonna pick up all the currency, and you pick up like, you know, 5 of the items that you could potentially be an upgrade for you or something, and that's it. And then you don't need a loot filter anyway. But of course, like towards the higher end, you will need them, because part of the appeal is that you're gonna make like a super strong character and like, you know, go crazy, right? So one thing is doing this show is Last Epoch has identified items. Yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of identifying items, I gotta say. Especially if they make like scrolls more rare, and then you can't do it while in the map already and all that. Yeah, you can watch the VOD either now. You can click on, you know, on the videos, or you just wait for tomorrow for the upload on YouTube. I'm gonna put it on YouTube. nice emote here, Nini. Chris Smirk. Oh man, okay. I still have the call open, by the way. I just realized let's close this. Thank you. That's gonna write them. Okay. I'm surprised to hear that the beta ends and release happens as well. I was also surprised about that. That actually kind of like, you know, puts the release in a much earlier schedule than I had anticipated. I thought that PoE 2 release is like earliest, you know, early 2025, like spring or something. And, you know, there's going to be like, you know, 3 to 6 months beta, and then there's going to be like, you know, then 2 or 3 months break or something. And then at some point we're going to get the release, or maybe even another beta. But it seems like they're going straight from closed beta to launch, which is crazy. So, yeah, I mean, it is beta, I guess. You know, there's going to be so much broken shit, 100%. You know, it's going to be beta. It's not just early access. Technically, I guess, since there is no gap, it's early access, so to say. But yeah. We'll have UI scaling. I mean, I can't answer ask these questions anymore now, but I don't know. I guess not. Maybe I will have UI scaling. Betas have to be pretty polished or they get shit on. Yeah, that's also true, I guess, because of, you know, just content creation and the amplification of, you know, everything, right? Like day one of closed beta launch, there's gonna be like 200 videos out from people, and you know, oh man, this crazy thing, and you know, this is broken, and you know, one-shotting bosses, invincible builds, and all that stuff is gonna happen, right? So it's gonna be pretty wild. Yeah. PvE League launches the open beta, yeah, for sure. Nude filter is a symptom of a problem. Games shouldn't need them. Loopiness are dumb. Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, you can argue like you should try to design a game where you don't need a loot filter, and I think this is kind of like what they're trying to do, right? It's kind of like the same argument, I guess, for D4 as well, right? They try to make a game that is like, you know, simple enough so you don't need the loot filter. But on the other hand, like, do people really want that kind of game as well, right? Like, if there's no smart loot in the game, and PoE 2, as far as I'm aware, doesn't have any smart loot, right? There's no like class-specific items that drop just because you play that class. So there will be a lot of shit that you don't need, and they don't want to see it just because of that. And now you can say, okay, they should make it smart loot, but then there will still be a lot of shit that will drop for your class that you don't want because you're not playing that build, and so on, right? And then you go further and further, like, okay, now, you know, I'm at that level, and now I don't want to see, you know, the bottom 98% of item drops anymore. I just want to see, like, you know, those items that drop with those stats, and so on, right? It will always go further and further, and there will always be an argument for loot filter as well. So I don't see why not. Smart loot, but it uses your loot filter to create the loot. Let's go. I'm only gonna put Mage Blood and Headhunter on my filter. Yeah, easy. Oh god. Makes the game extremely boring to have smart loot implemented. It's on rails. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it necessarily is like a problem to have smart loot. It's just a different philosophy in my book. You know, I play games with and without smart loot, and honestly, I don't really have much of a preference for either. It just depends on how the rest of the game is designed. Like, how much can you target farm? How much are you know, are you just like at the, you know, at the whims of RNG? So the main reason default is so extremely boring is due to smart loot and class restrictions. I hard disagree with that. Like, default loot is shit because the affixes suck, and because there's nothing to strive towards. This smart loot has no play in that, I think. So yeah, there's gonna be a video. Or you can watch it now on the VOD. But we're gonna upload it tomorrow as like a standalone YouTube upload, guys, so don't worry. GG did say they changed a lot on the affix pools, like no resistance walls on weapons, etc. Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. I think that's, you know, that makes things a lot easier as well to like kind of like, you know, have a clear, you know, okay, you know, this weapon is for your damage, right? And it should have damage affixes, or at the very least maybe utility or so, but nothing that, you know, directly impacts, you know, the rest of the character, like resistances. And I mean, no one really used weapons for the resistances, but ultimately there are cases where this weapon came with some resistance, and now you can't change the weapon because you have to cap your resistance. So, yeah. Watch the Druid Volcano combo. What is that, Volcano bot login? Something that I saw earlier in chat. That was funny. Yeah. You're having so much fun in LE, but you can't pinpoint why. Because the items are interesting, I guess. You know, you pick up an item, you throw some shards on it, try craft, and then go again, and it's just kind of cool. So this is what makes LE cool for me, at least. No PoE player wants the game compromised to get new players. I mean, I'm happy to help new players understand the complexities of the game. Yeah, I don't know. I hear it every day that, you know, every time like PoE or something comes up, every time people say, man, I just can't get into PoE. It's like so complex. There's like this big hurdle. And for example, what Jonathan said earlier with like the gold respec now, right? This is like a huge thing to like allow new players to get into the game because they don't have such a roadblock right ahead at the start. So people don't really ever get to the point where they even want to try to dive into the complexity because they're already getting so turned off by the initial systems that the game throws at you. And PoE 2 will do a lot of things much better, like the gem system is improved, the respecking. So that alone will already help a lot, even if the rest of the game stays nearly as complex as PoE 1. PoE players love to gatekeep. I mean, ultimately, I think, even if some people don't want to admit that, but I think like making the game a bit more casual friendly, not necessarily like, you know, by dumbing it down, but just by having an easier entry is just good for the game because there's going to be more people, a bigger community, you know, more people that will eventually become Ultra Blasters, right? It's not that hard to get into. Look at Rax and DM, both new in PoE, both getting into it fairly easily. It takes long to learn, of course. Yeah, okay, I mean, like, Rax has played ARPGs for like 20 years, and I don't know about DM, but probably too, or at least somewhere along those lines. So, this is not exactly, you know, the same as, like, the typical guy just downloading the game for the first time. Remove complexity, but keep the depth is what they said. Yeah, I mean, this is, like, very difficult to achieve, though, right? Because, at least right now in PoE 1, like, a lot of the depth in builds actually comes from the complexity, right? Okay, they combine these things on a passive tree with this unique, and then this keystone, you know, allows you to do that. And then you have your, you know, all these kind of combos, right? So, Rax literally encouraged backseat gaming as chat. Even better, right? It gives them like a fast track to success. DM made this video after first run through. Yeah, I guess like, you know, if you compare Rax and DM directly, then DM is clearly not on a level of Rax as a blaster. And yeah, I mean, even he has had like no big trouble, right? Because he, you know, it just takes like, you know, this kind of like mindset, I guess, to try to get into the game, right? It's like DM has that, so he can like sit down, he can try to learn the game, and even if it's not like the Omega Blaster, he can do it. And yeah, I think this advice is good. Just focus on one thing at a time. The advice that I usually give to people that want to try PoE is just like, you know, take a good League Start build, follow that build, you know, down to the last detail, no matter what, and you can just focus on learning the game, right? You don't need to try to figure out your build on the side, because this is where you can get stuck. But you don't get stuck in the game. You just keep playing the game, and you're gonna learn things one at a time, as long as your build is functional. So, as long as you do that, you're gonna be okay. It just takes a long time, and some people learn it faster than others, or some people, you know, have like a different way of learning things. Yeah, PvE turns your friends away because of skill tree. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because people are always like, oh man, that skill tree, and Alt 4, right? And uninstall. But ultimately, the skill tree is kind of like the easiest thing to understand in PoE. That's the funny part about it, right? If you know, if you have played like 1 or 2 builds or 3 builds, and you know, you understand how the skill tree works and kind of where things are, and the skill tree just becomes not a problem. Yeah, it's a very simple system, the skill tree, to be honest. It just looks big. Can you talk more about how PoE multiplayer is meh? We actually talked about it in the interview. I mean, ultimately, Jonathan just said that, okay, he wants like solo and group play to be like somewhere on the same level in terms of like, you know, reward and, you know, incentives. And I guess everything else is kind of like up for the players to figure out. And they will maybe improve like the social features a bit, because there's like this notice board in game, but yeah, no one cares. I was sending everyone to jail. You like that, huh, Nini? She'll need a degree in computer engineering to figure out a skill tree. Yeah, and you don't. I mean, as I said, you know, people are just getting intimidated by the size of the skill tree. But the skill tree itself is not that complex. It's very simple system. You know, there are travel nodes, there are minor nodes, there are notables, there are keystones, and there are masteries. So there's like 5 different, you know, categories of things on the skill tree, and that's it. You know, you just need to understand, okay, travel nodes lead somewhere. Minor nodes, you have to, go through them to get to the notable. If you have the notable, you can allocate the mastery. Keystones are like the big, you know, build shifts, and that's it. You just pick up the stuff that works, you know, that has like build synergies. If you're playing a fireball Sorc, a fireball witch, then you're gonna pick up fire damage and cast speed and maybe crit or something, and this is it. But then of course, you know, that there's like more to understand about the game. But in general, I think the skill tree is not very complicated. It's just big, and people get intimidated for no reason. If PoE2 keeps dumbing down the game will fail, and everyone will go back to PO1. Yeah, I kind of doubt it's going to be dumbed down. As I said, I think they would do good just like making more new player friendly and like maybe less complex and less crazy as the PoE1 right now, but this also allows them to like build onto it with like different systems in the future, right? Like we want also to see a progression of the game, right? We want to see leagues, we want to see expansions, we want to see like you know, new stuff at some point. So I think like, you know, with skill tree, skills, the ascendancies, and you know, the gear as well. I mean, the gear is a huge part. You know, you have a lot of moving parts in every single build already, where you can make choices. You have, you know, complex interactions. So I think it will be fine no matter what. I trust GG to make a complex enough game. Let's put it that way. Good night, Akatosh. Something crazy I would want in PoE 2. Something crazy, huh? Hard to say. Without having played the game, I can't really answer it, to be honest. I think. I mean, if some people like throw some stuff in chat now, maybe I'll pick something, but I don't know enough about how the game will play and feel, and like what we're gonna do and how much of it and all that, and like what is kind of like the next thing that I'd like to see or something. So, you know, I can just play the game for what it's worth and be happy with it, no matter what, I'm pretty sure. You know, whenever it comes out or whenever the beta starts, you know, I'm gonna be there and I'm gonna be trying it, and, you know, I'm gonna have fun. I'm pretty sure. So, legendary potential from LE. Yeah, something like that is pretty crazy. And I really like what LE did there. I'm not sure if I want something similar, but it could be interesting. I guess Val Orb kind of has, you know, a similar function, but not exactly. Making like uniques interesting sometimes or so. Campaign skip will never happen. It's a good decision. Yeah, personally, I'm like, I wouldn't really say a campaign enjoyer, but it does help, you know, getting attached to the game and getting like, into the game. I feel like every single league, a lot of people say, oh, I don't want to level again in the campaign. But then how do you want to level? Do you just want to start in tier 1 maps at level 1 with your with your double swing or something, and then, you know, to unlock your skill gems, and like it wouldn't really feel good, I feel like, having a progression where I just like start at level 1 in endgame. It's just kind of stupid for PoE, I think. So farm tier 1 maps for 10 hours. Yeah, and at least, you know, you kind of get through the early game, and it's also like something different. Like, I actually appreciate that it's just starting a new character has you do something different than just maps. I actually like that, you know, even though it's the same campaign every single time, but on the other hand, you can say it's the same maps every single time. So, at least you get to, like, you know, you get to play through the progression of the game. It just kind of feels nice. I don't know. I like the campaign. Not that much that I, you know, want to like play it all day long, but I like doing it once in a while. Don't like to play it 15 times. Yeah, I mean, the good thing is that if you like play it 50 times, you're gonna be much faster than the first time or the second time, or and so on, right? Like, even like not Omega racers or Omega blasters or something gonna get through the campaign in like 5 hours at some point, or something like that at least. So it's not like the end of the world. And then you are in endgame, right? And then you are level 70, and you have like most of your build set up, and then in 5 hours, basically setting up the basics of your endgame build is already pretty good, in my opinion. You know, it's not a very long time. And then, you know, like another 5 hours later, you can be like, you know, 80 plus or something, and then a few hours after that, at some point, you're gonna be like 90 plus, and then your build is basically complete outside of the crafting that you're gonna do. Have you watched last Epoch gameplay? I don't know, but you could if you want. For example, this guy. Yeah, by the way, tomorrow we're gonna start diving into Last Epoch again, since we're talking about it right now. Probably do like half D4 LE or something streams right now, just like prepping for the launch. I wanna like get ready for racing and stuff. Yeah, I've played a good amount of LE. I'm also gonna start releasing YouTube videos, by the way, so some guides and stuff. So get ready. Join my rota. Progressing from campaign will be more fun because of how easy it is to respec. Yeah, I mean, now that they actually said that respec is going to be very easy and it's going to work with gold and stuff, I think that's a really good solution, honestly. Depending on how to tune it exactly, but yeah. Good change, you know. And it's kind of cool as well, because you're gonna find this gold, and the gold has the intention that it's gonna be used for buying items from the vendors, which, you know, would give you like an advantage, you know, some power spike or something. Or, you know, you can use it to actually respec a character in case you have to, so you miss out on a power spike, but at least you can still use the gold and you know, like fix your gear or fix your character. So I think that's actually, like, you know, really cool that the same resource is used for both these things. You get basically a reward for not having to respec by being able to buy stuff from the vendors and getting a power spike. Or you go out of your way to farm more gold and do a respec. So it's kind of nice. You want to play Falconer and launch? I'm kind of tempted. I just feel like everyone is going to play Falconer, and I'm not sure if I like that too much. So I might want to try something else. As long as gold is dead on the late game. Well, the gold is still going to remain relevant because of trading. And I guess because you can otherwise, if you don't want to gamble, if you don't want to trade, you can gamble it apparently or something. Trade tax, yeah. Yeah, trade tax is a good system. I think that a tax is important to have, you know, for many reasons that I think he talked about in this interview. But yeah, I basically fully agree with everything there. Warlock looks good. Warlock deserves more hype. I haven't actually looked at Warlock too much. I wouldn't mind actually, like having some badass spellcaster start or something. Could be cool to do the Warlock. On the other hand, I mean, it's kind of risky because I want to start hardcore in early. So I would rather go with something that's a bit more figured out, I guess. But we'll see. Bots will farm gold. Yeah, you can't trade gold though. Gold is like only an account or like a character bound or account bound resource. You gonna play Warlock and Lich? Did talk about future class reveals. Yeah, we asked about the Witch, and he said that there was like some stuff that wasn't ready after all, and they're gonna do it later and at some point soon, I guess. Warlock lost its hype around it due to how it was revealed. No one wants to talk about it. What happened exactly? Thorn totems, I heard about that. So tanky, constant passive self-heals. Yeah, it sounds good, I guess, for hardcore as well. I don't really have like the perfect overview of builds. I guess I need to like look around for like what builds actually exist. Maybe I'm gonna do that tomorrow before I actually start, but maybe first I'm gonna play a bit and then I'm gonna like start looking around at like what kind of builds are actually there. I know on Maxwell we have like, I don't know, 50 build guides already that the boys are trying to update right now. So, full interview on YouTube is gonna be probably in 14 hours. So, depends on internet connection. They don't need to sell goals, just farm it for personal use 24/7. Yeah, okay, but who in their right mind would bot on their main account? Like, how stupid can it be? So, people are not gonna do that. Well, I mean, some people will, I guess, but that's not the way. So, farming gold with bots is not really a huge concern, I think. And most likely, the game will be difficult enough for bots to not really be that effective, I imagine. Okay, right, thanks. I didn't know about that actually, and I personally have actually not really seen much about the Warlock, so. You power level now, I just need 20 levels. I'm not in the mood to log in right now, to be honest. It's 1 AM already. It's almost sleep time for me. So I think it's gonna like chill out here with you guys, and then at some point we're gonna raid someone. Actually, can we do like a chat pop out? That would be easier. So I don't have to look to the side that much all the time. How do I do this? Ah, well, it's bugging out. F. You're just being lazy. Well, good luck, Wonkers. Hardcore of launch server stability, you're a bold one. Yeah, it's just like what you have to deal with, I guess. And I don't know exactly how disconnects in LE actually work. Do we have any information about that? Like, what happens if you DC? Like, how long is your character gonna stay in game and all that? Is it gonna be rollbacks, you know, all this kind of stuff? I don't know. I guess you'll try. At least I'll try to do hardcore and see. Only submode. Wait, what happened? What? I didn't want to do that. The fuck? How did that happen? I don't even have the button. Wait. I don't even have the fucking button, man. How did that happen? Ah, nice. What the fuck? I just wanted to show you guys. Page unresponsive. Thank you, I know. Okay, I think my Twitch actually just crashed as well. That's cool. Okay. Freedom. Is it turning off now? Okay. Can we raid Karn? We can raid Karn, yeah. I think I actually raided him not too long ago, but sure. Yeah, that was unintentional. I'm not sure what happened there with the sub mode. That suck. I like that blind mode. It's a very, very cute one. Thanks for the sub guys for Beta Mage. Yeah, good luck in LE, by the way, Baylor. I guess like a lot of the PE boys are also gonna play some LE, right? Quite excited to see like everyone is like jumping on a new game. It's gonna be even more wild when PoE 2 beta launches. I have to think about removing Lilith's poster behind me when I start playing PoE 2. Dude, have you seen MP? I mean, he moved to his new apartment now and stuff. He doesn't have his old background anymore, but I don't have to remove her. It's fine. Why is SSF faction so OP? I mean, I guess people that have played LE before have like a certain understanding of the progression and, you know, a certain like expectation of how fast you're gonna acquire certain things, because trade wasn't really a thing. And now you're gonna get the SSF faction on top of that, you know, massively speeding up progression. So just playing the game you normally would without trade, you will just get a lot more stuff. So I guess that's probably why people think it's OP. And on the other hand, you know, the tryhards, the streamers, you know, that actually know the game well, of course they're all gonna go SSF because they're gonna be the fastest, you know, there's no one to trade with. So you know, like as a racer at least, it's always SSF, right? Like when I do the 4 seasons now or something, it's SSF. I can't trade with anyone. There is nothing to trade, you know, because if the goal is I'm the fastest, then like there's no one that can offer me anything. So I guess it's like another part of it. But outside of that, I mean, I don't really know like how strong exactly the SSF faction is, like how much more loot you're gonna get, how much you can target farm with it. I guess ultimately, with like a large enough player base, the trade faction is really overpowered as well. And I think we're actually gonna see like the craziest builds coming from the trade faction, because this is where you actually have access to, you know, the most OP shit basically, right? And like if you can buy your unique with like, you know, 3 legendary potential if you want, and then try your luck. And if that doesn't work, you try it again, and you try it again. You can't do it in SSF. You can farm it up, you know, over many hours or something, but it's like different from trade where, you know, you can just get it. You missed the Malphite poster. That was actually not a poster. Actually, don't we have it still? Yeah, I think it's not there. But it was actually like just a background, like a cloth. Finding gear feels more pork than buying does. I agree with that. And I'm also gonna go as that faction. But I think ultimately, like, you know, especially hardcore, I think there's something about hardcore trade that is really cool, you know, and this in PoE. It's like this kind of like a smaller circle, right? And actually finding something of like high value from like an endgame boss or whatever is just really cool, because you know not many people will actually even get there. and have the chance to farm it, and you're like one of the few people that can get it, and you can sell it to other people, and you're gonna see kind of like some familiar faces or so. I guess, okay, there's no player-to-player trading in LE, but at least in PoE there is. I don't understand what he means sooner, by the way. Okay, should we raid someone, guys? Are we done? I think we're done, guys. I didn't stream that long today because I started very late, but I'd rather keep my early schedule, guys. So it was fun. Hope you enjoyed the interview. It's gonna be on YouTube tomorrow. Maybe I'll upload it on X as well. Pork. Follow me on Twitter. Actually, do I have to come out for that? We do. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it, guys. Okay, Karn, you say? Karn is still blasting the gauntlet? Wait, is the gauntlet still running? Yeah, right. When is the gauntlet ending? I hope Karn gets somewhere, actually. Is he pumping bosses now? Okay, we're doing Karn, guys. 20 hours? Okay. That's like half a stream for Karn. Yeah, okay, he's 9 hours into the stream, so he has 20 hours to go, probably in one go, right? Oh man. Alright, raiding Karn, guys. Yeah, you can watch the interview on stream, sure, why not? Of course. I mean, this is like, you know, like for the community as well, right? Like, you know, people are gonna, you know, check it out and, you know, discuss it and everything, so that, of course. You're gonna do Karn. Alright, have a good one, guys. See you tomorrow.